If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
Madison with a T, show 'em what you got.
Good morning, everybody. It's me, Madison with a T, and we are broadcasting live from the Passport Studios in the beautiful city of New Orleans. I'm here with your host, Mr. Jimmy Mack.
Well, good morning to you. How is it to wake up so early at the crack of doom, having once again gotten used to waking up a little bit later?
Oh, it never quite gets any easier. It always hurts.
Well, yeah, and it's a weird thing too because I still wrestle with that to some degree. Dave was a master at it. Somebody asked Dave once, how long did it take you to get used to working from nights to then days? And he looked at people and he meant it. He went a day.
Yeah. Some people are just built for it, I think.
To go to bed, yeah. Some people actually can say, well, that's it, enough, the day is over with and done. And, sleep procrastination, which Dean Croak and I have talked about, is a real thing. Have you heard the term sleep procrastination?
I've not, but I probably have.
It's one of those things. Remember we talked about the idea that people who procrastinate in general are not lazy? Mm-hmm. The big misunderstanding of procrastination is that it's laziness. We had the good doctor on a couple of months ago talking with Lindsay and I about procrastination, and one of the things that he mentioned was that we all have a narrative of ourselves. And we don't like to, it's like one of the hardest things we cling to is the version of ourselves we'd like to be. So procrastination is a way of actually maintaining that narrative. Because if you, in fact, start from the beginning and try throughout the entire process and you fail, you're not you. You follow me? That if you did everything you possibly could and it still comes up a big zero, you failed. But if you wait to the last minute and things don't go your way, well, you can always say, well, I didn't have enough time. Well, if I'd really cared about it, it would have been the way I wanted it to be. Or if you pull it off, you say, God almighty, imagine what I would have done if I'd had more time. Sleep procrastination has a commonality, but it's not the same thing, is that we don't maximize our days sometimes. And when I say maximize, I don't mean that we're blowing our days, but I'll be really honest. You can't edit a movie, your own movie, while you're working on this job right now. You see what I'm saying? You can't do that. Mm-hmm. And so you become deeply resentful, not you, but just people in general become deeply resentful of not having the time to do all the things that they want to do over the course of a day. So they get to the end of the day and it's, I'm not going to bed. I got stuff I got to do. I'll sleep when I'm dead, blah, 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 blah. And a lot of it what really kills a lot of people. Look, there are people who stay up doing that stuff, and that's very different. But there are a lot of people who stay up, they're exhausted, they can't get anything done, but they're angry at the fact that they have to go to bed because of all the things that they've left undone. It's kind of complicated if you think about it, but there really is a sense of the people who get to bed the easiest from a psychological perspective feel like the day's done, I'll get to the rest tomorrow. Feel like they've done all they can do in the course of a day. And by the way, that's kind of what it comes down to. Hello, good morning to everybody out there in Road Gang Radio land. Good morning to Trucker Bosun, who says good morning, RGR family. Good morning to Joe J, who tells Trucker Bosun good morning. And the Paranormal Pie Man, as always, says, yo, I want donuts. I want donuts too, but I haven't had donuts in the better part of a week now. I'm kind of betting on myself. I make the joke all the time that the way I've prevented gaining that 15 pounds over Christmas, which of course is the 15 pounds you gain from Halloween all the way into the Super Bowl, what I figured out to do over the last couple of years is give into it. And by that, what I mean is act as if you were on a diet except for 1 week each month, October, November, December, and then you can even push it into January, where you pick 1 week and you say, hey, you know what? This week is going to be this week. But the rest of the time, I find it's, much easier to kind of make some sacrifices, squeeze some calories out of your system if, in fact, there's 1 week at least. And I don't mean that you just let the starter pistol go off at the top of the week and just kind of start eating, but you get the idea. That way you don't beat yourself up for Christmas Day, for the Christmas parties, for the pre-Thanksgiving feast, for the after-Thanksgiving feast. You kind of say, look, this week is a wash. It's certainly better than eating for 2.5 straight months. and that's what a lot of people do. And for New Orleanians this year, Madison, it's going to be even more brutal. You know why?
Because Mardi Gras is early.
Mardi Gras is really early.
We're going to get real fat.
People are going to get real fat. People are going to put on some poundage, by the way. Good morning to BB the King as well, who is over in across the pond in foreign capitals across the world. Good to have you. It's chilly in Walcott, according to Trucker Bosun. And Dave Nemo has dropped in to say good morning to everybody. And good morning to you, Dave. Thank you, Dave, for everything. You know, Dave and I did the show yesterday, Madison. And I did not want to, given the fact that it was Nemo Nation, kind of step on his toes. But I do want to extend some thank yous over the last week. A big thank you to our friends at Rees Across America, and that means Gorgeous George, Courtney George. A big thanks to our friend Jeff Pierce and Amber Karen, who really head up the team over there that helps move the mission forward. They're the ones we principally work with. There will be no trucking tributes today, because until next year, there is no trucking tributes. Our friend Susan Patton, who I got a chance to see at the Women's Memorial, she stopped in for her farewell, her live farewell here. As always, was helpful and friendly and lovely. We will miss her, but we will only miss her on the air. I'm going to get a chance to talk to her and see her from time to time. But we can't thank her enough for that contribution. I want to send a special shout out to Brian Wiebold of 10th Street, who got a lot of honors last week and cares deeply about the plight and the existence and the prosperity of the American truck driver. A big shout out to my friend John Maley of Triple T Transport, a regular contributor to Nemo Nation. Both of them made arrangements to make sure that Radio Nemo could make it over to the nation's capital, along with being able to get over to Columbia Falls. It was one of the most monumentally strange weeks I've ever had on the job. I've been doing this job since 2016, actually. I had to correct Claire, by the way. I had to correct Claire because we were married in 2017. And yesterday what Claire was saying to me was, well, you've been there as long as we've been married. I said, well, no, I was with you the year before all that stuff really kind of began. And I was already at Radio Nemo in another incarnation right around that time. So I've been with him since 2016, and I've been doing Rees Across America since 2017. And this, more than anything else, was the strangest of all the events. Something else that happened, Madison, I'm not sure if you were aware, we had some signal problems over there. Those signal problems happen all the time. And for those of you who remember how this whole thing started, I don't know if you guys remember how this started or not, it didn't start with a full broadcast. The full broadcast eventually kind of emerged from all of that. And we always have had reception problems, even from the roof of the Women's Memorial. The way it used to work, Madison, was I had a small Comrex, just a two-channel Comrex. Dave and Claire would do the broadcast, the weekend show, from New Orleans. Mm-hmm. And then I would check in from time to time, just do drop-ins all across the way. I'm really leaning towards that next year. If in fact we return, and I'm planning on doing that, I'm really leaning towards kind of a run silent, run deep way, because the other thing discussed was Lindsay possibly heading over to a Nashville cemetery to kind of memorialize the event over there as well. Joe J's got 18 rolling in Prairie, Indiana, and you guys are listening to the greatest transpo show in the known universe. Maybe you have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. Maybe you're making FaceTime on Facebook. Good morning to you, 3.5, if in fact you've already checked in over there, along with Rebecca Brewster. All of our friends here are yakking it up on YouTube. And of course, maybe you've given your heart to iHeart, because iHeartRadio is where you can hear RadioNemo.com and all of its offerings. Nemo Nation, We Should Write, got a good one coming up tomorrow, and of course the show you're listening to right now, Road Gang Radio, which will be immediately followed by the best transportation show pre-recorded in the known universe. Another edition of Trucking with OIDA is coming your way. I had a nice talk yesterday with a friend of mine who was defending Florida Man. Reminding everybody that when you hear all those terrible stories about Florida, you know why there's so many wackos in Florida, right, Madison? You know why we get all those awful stories.
Is it all the iguanas? It's got something to do with that.
I really wish it was, but we got some pretty good iguanas and some guys that can actually play some really mean guitars over here as well. No, there are as many wackos in Alabama and Mississippi and in Louisiana and in Texas. Florida has sunshine laws, which means every time somebody goes to jail for something stupid over in Florida, it ends up on the public blotter, which means they can just pull the stories. This is not a bad Florida Man story. As a matter of fact, it isn't a Florida Man story at all. Sheriff deputies in Florida were summoned to a 7-Eleven when they heard there was a cold-blooded loiterer refusing to make any purchases. He measured 10 feet and 3 inches long, and he wandered up to the 7-Eleven store on North River Road in Sarasota. And, of course, what the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office is being called to take care of at 10 feet 7 inches is a gator. The Sheriff's Office reported on social media, said, yes, it happened again, another day, another gator. Sarasota really determined to make this a weekly series. The Sheriff's Office previously removed, listen to this, a 14-foot, 600-pound alligator from the middle of the road just 1 week earlier. You come from gator country.
I do.
What is the biggest alligator you've seen on the streets or close by?
Well, not in the streets. They're usually in the canals behind the house. I've seen some pretty big ones, but they don't really, because I grew up like going tubing and hydrosliding and whatnot in the bayous, and they would be like right there. And they don't really bother you as long as you don't bother them. The only exception is if you run into like a mother, if there's babies around, that's when you need to watch yourself.
That's when problems really start. They're not like water moccasins, by the way. They're not inclined to attack, to move towards attack. They actually want to keep their distance because even though they can ultimately beat us in a fight, we can hold our own. They tend to be pretty smart and figure out what can hold its own. You have to always remember that any predator is also kind of going to invest in risk reward. It's why, often you can scare off a bear. I saw a video yesterday, by the way, of a bear attack a guy. And remember, if a bear strikes you once with its claw, it can kill you. And this hunter I saw this video of this hunter getting attacked. He managed to get his bow up and get it in the bear's mouth. And the bear bit down on the bow and it broke a tooth. They actually showed what happened. The bear was so disoriented it ran away in pain.
Oh, wow.
But if the guy had not brought his arm up, it would have killed him instantly. And the video is wild because you watch it go from like, he's wearing a body cam. He's not like trying to film the thing while getting attacked. It slams into him though. Even without the force of its claws, it knocks him on his ass. If you ever encounter an alligator, just leave it alone. Let the sheriff's office take care of it. I mean, it's that simple. 615-292-6366.
Nemo.
Give us a call, and we will tell you all about this wonderful show we've got in store. Kevin Lindsay is going to be here with the boys from Castrol Oil. We have a great lineup after that when Lindsay Lawler arrives on the scene to help us go about the business of making a life. We actually have two returning guests, one from Revolution Road, and the other is an author that has dropped in from time to time. Can't wait to talk to her. We're going to need your phone calls as well, and I'll set that up at the top of the second hour, what our guest, who's going to come in the second half of the show, wants to hear from you. We're going to give her some tips because she's on the road doing some book tours and wants some good on the road sort of tips to come her way. All right, so what is going on in the wild world of trucking before we actually get to the break? Mark Schwemmer has actually got a pretty good story over in Landline that you guys should check out. After a months-long feud between California and the U.S. Department of Transportation, it has finally escalated into a courtroom battle. The state of California filed a complaint for declaratory and injunctive relief on Friday, December the 12th, in the U.S. District Court for Northern California over a decision to withhold more than $33 million in federal funding because the state failed to comply with English proficiency regulations. What California is contending is that it already enforces regulations from the FMCSA that require commercial drivers to speak and read English. Meanwhile, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said last week that California is the only state that has been unwilling to enforce the rules and place non-compliant truck drivers out of service. It's going to be interesting in that courtroom because it's going to require discovery from both parties, and we're going to find out what is really going on. I don't be surprised if California shows up with evidence of other states of a different colored hue engaged in the same sort of things that they're engaged in, and this being selective. And don't be surprised if the administration shows up with a stack of information locked and loaded against California. Lots of great stuff out there. Oh my God, I looked over at the clock and we're almost there. Madison and I will take a deep breath. We will gather ourselves. We will have a pledge, a national anthem, a bracing cup of kava from Pastor John, and then we will go where the day takes us. On three. 1, 2, 3.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Tuesday. Well, good morning. Hope you rested well. You know, this month has really pole vaulted. I mean, it has just been traveling right along. Hey, in Isaiah chapter 40, verse 31, I want you to think about this as you're traveling today. But it says in Isaiah 40, verse 31, I want you to think about this. He says, but they who wait for the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with the wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. You know what Isaiah just told all of us? We just got to hang in there. We've got to, watch this, we've got to trust God down this home stretch. And you know what? I know you're tired. I know you're feeling weary. I know you're just going through a lot. But I want you to think about what Isaiah just said. Isaiah said, but they that wait upon the Lord, notice what he said, shall renew their strength. Let's wait on God and allow God to help us. I'm going to give you a little bit more insight tomorrow. God bless you, brothers and sisters.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Semi-trucks, by the way, are banned from a 110-year-old bridge in Oregon after years of bridge strikes have caused damage. Okay, so Multnomah County, Oregon closed the Start Street Bridge from the historic highway to trucks weighing more than 19 tons. They did that last Thursday. The county is coordinating with the Oregon Department of Transportation to formally implement that particular restriction. The county is making this change after, semi-trucks have repeatedly hit the bridge, frequently taking the turn onto the bridge too quickly, said the Multnomah County Transportation Division Director John Henriksen. These crashes often result in damage to the bridge or its approach. According to the Portland Tribune, the ban does not affect school uses or small delivery trucks. Could you imagine having to reroute all those school buses or suddenly reroute all the people that drop off vegetables or, just the smaller loads? Any driver that violates the ban is subject to fine and may be held liable for any damage caused to the bridge. Crews are still working to repair damage done to the bridge by the last bridge strike back in October. So the ultimate goal, by the way, is to completely replace the 110-year-old bridge. A potential replacement project is being evaluated, which would replace the bridge with a new structure that blends into the surrounding environment while meeting modern structural standards. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Here on the RadioNemo platform. You can go to RadioNemo.com and find out all about us, all that we do, and more importantly, all the different places you can hear us. Guys, we are having an inbound phone problem right now, so if you've tried to call, we apologize. I'm going to see if we can get that working by end of business day today and get you guys back into the conversation as always. Kevin Lindsay is going to be joining us in just a little bit for another edition of Maintenance Matters, as the boys from Castrol are going to be joining him. We're going to be talking about what sources are impacting your engine oil, sources within your engines, sources near your engines, and also duty cycle and operation, not to mention driving environment and driver inputs as well. It'll be all part of a great conversation coming your way. At 8 in the center, 9 in the east, I'm just going to have to tap dance my butt off because, it's usually where we have trucking tributes. That has come to an end for the year. Thought I would spend some time giving a recap. Hope you guys really jump in on the chat because I got a big question for you. Can't wait to kind of read your responses about one of our upcoming guests today. Jennifer Moorman has been on the show before, and you guys might, in fact, remember her when we talked about her book. She's doing a book tour. And the publicist actually asked that we remember the fact that Jennifer was in a touring band as well. What she's going to be doing is the Charmed Library, which releases on January the 6th. Jennifer's going to be giving us a behind-the-scenes peek at her upcoming book tour, which, of course, means plenty of time out on the open road. What she's looking for from you guys at around 8 o'clock before she actually arrives on the scene, we'll put together a list of great things, is we can talk about the adventure of plotting magical miles and swapping stories from the last tour of the vanishing of Josephine Reynolds. But what she's looking for you guys is the quirky roadside stops and small town diners to meeting strangers whose lives could fill a novel. As she said, there's magic to be found everywhere, like spotting a little free library hundreds of miles from home with her book in it, or stumbling across a roadside restaurant that made them all do a double take in the rain. She also wants to talk about what you can pack for a book tour and what she's going to be packing and what you guys would suggest as well. So jump into the chat either on Facebook or over on YouTube, and let's get that conversation going and really kind of start, stirring the pot for how we can help Jennifer as her book tour continues for the Charmed Library, which releases January the 6th. Before then, though, Brooke Barbier is going to be stopping in. Cocked and Boozy is the name of the book, Cocked and Boozy. And she's going to be talking about what role taverns played in the American Revolution, what drinks and cocktails did the founding generation imbibe. Are there any favorite cocktails that you guys can make at home, like punch, sangaree, cherry bounce, grog? Is there a particular cocktail to make that is more perfect for this time of year than any other? Wassail comes to mind, guys. And are there any famous names from the founding fathers who liked to drink in taverns? We all know that everybody, with very few exceptions among the founding fathers, liked to drink. George Washington, well, I think it was after kind of leading men into battle, I think it was his other great second passion as well. Do you have an alcohol beverage, by the way, Madison, that you like to turn to?
Like my favorite
during
cocktail?
During the holidays.
Well, I did just have a Christmas party with my friends, and we had mulled wine and we had eggnog. I feel like those are pretty classic.
How was that?
I'm not a big red wine person, but I didn't mind it, so it was good.
Was it hot?
Yeah, it was. It was like warm.
What else is in it besides the wine?
It's boiled with like cinnamon sticks and like different spices and oranges and cranberries and stuff. So it has like a flavor to it.
It's got a body.
Yeah.
There's a body going on. And what's the other thing you guys had?
Eggnog.
Did you just make that straight up out of a carton?
They brought like a bottle, like it was pre-made alcoholic like eggnog.
Oh, so somebody just brought an eggnog bottle, a pre-mixed eggnog alcoholic cocktail.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, for you guys who don't know, I have a recommendation. If ever you want to kind of make great French toast and don't want to put any work into it, all you need to get is some cinnamon, some vanilla extract, and some eggnog. Put that in a bowl, dip your bread in that bowl, and then just throw that Pompadour onto the flat top, and it gives you a terrific, an unbelievably delicioso French toast. And by the way, the other really great way to make French toast is to leave French toast, French bread out and let it go stale. Is to cut it up into circular round pieces and then let it sit out overnight and go stale, and then use that to make your French toast. I know you're saying, Why would you let it go stale? It holds better. It doesn't fall apart when you actually do the soaking of it, and it makes it really, really delicious. Marty Ellis says, good morning from Gadsden, Alabama. Good morning to you, Mr. OOIDA. It is nice to see you out there. Glad you are part of the conversation and hope you are being incredibly safe. Okay, so the California and the DOT have shifted their fight to the courtroom. And they are contending, the state of California, they already enforce regs from the FMCSA that require people to speak and read English. At the same time, though, Secretary Duffy said last week that California is the only state unwilling to enforce the rules and place non-compliant truck drivers out of service. This is what California has written in its complaint. The FMCSA's decision to terminate California Motor Carrier Safety Assistance Program grant funding was arbitrary and capricious. An abuse of discretion, and contrary to law, it imperils the safety of all persons driving in California and threatens to wreak significant economic damage on the state and the nation. That is what they wrote in complaint. In May, what the DOT announced was it would begin requiring enforcement of long-standing English proficiency regulations. During a news conference in Austin, Texas, Duffy said that truck drivers who are unable to read electronic road signs or communicate with law enforcement officers present a threat to highway safety. All right, we've talked about this before. I talked with Marilyn Serber about this last week at the Vet Ready Summit. You can make a case that every administration, including the previous Trump one, Obama, even before that, Bush, Obama, we followed that up with Trump, followed up with Biden, and now Trump too. Up until this current administration, you could make a case that whether Republican or Democrat, what we were seeing was not so much enforcement, but opportunity. Each one of the FMCSA directors saw their job as an opportunity zone. In the case of Democrats, it often was about getting more people behind the wheel in regards to opportunity. In the case of the Republicans, it was about, guess what? Anybody know? It was about giving opportunity to businesses to be able to onboard more drivers at cheaper rates. What Derek Barr seems to be up to here is saying, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to enforce the law. And enforcing the law, and in enforcing that particular law, what I'm doing is I'm making sure that the highways and byways of this country are safe and secure. And in doing that, opportunity will then arise. So we're going to take a quick break here. Come back on the other side. Mr. Kevin is going to be joining us. We'll call the boys from Castrol. We'll get a little bit of maintenance matters set up, and we will head into this break. It's Road Gang Radio here on, well, RadioNemo.com. We'll be right back after these messages. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. Go to truckdown.com. Get out of that ditch. Bad toy day, by the way, too. Don't buy people bad toys unless they're really bad, like paper sweaters. We'll be right back. Thanks, guys.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to Radio Nemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
This is some more interesting stuff from what is going on all across the country in regards to crackdowns and smackdowns. 45% of inspected commercial vehicles taken out of service at a particular California checkpoint. The California Highway Patrol recently partnered with the Riverside Police Department for a commercial vehicle inspection campaign. The inspection checkpoint and enforcement operation took place last week along La Sierra Avenue between Indiana Avenue and El Sobrante Road in Riverside, California. There's a lot of stuff going on. 20 commercial vehicle inspections were conducted. 7 unlicensed out-of-class drivers were issued citations. 9 commercial vehicles were placed out of service. Numerous equipment citations were issued for various violations. The vehicle out-of-service rate for the operation was 45%. I don't know if that's anything other than a snapshot. That's also, I think, in many ways, California pushing back to some degree, saying, look, we are engaged in enforcement activities as the conversation, we'll call it, between the DOT and the Trump administration and the state of California continues to heat up. I do have some strange news I probably will talk about at the top of the next hour. An animal protection officer in Virginia's Hanover County said the infamous drunk raccoon that broke into a liquor store is actually a serial offender. Oh, man, we're going to dig into that at the top of the next hour as we kind of go on to the chat and ask you guys some questions about where it is you would stop if you were giving advice to Jennifer Moorman as she makes her way all across the country for her book tour. We'll be talking to her in the second half of the show. But in the meantime, as always, we pivot into Maintenance Matters. Kevin Lindsay, of course, as always, joins us on Maintenance Matters. He is the manager of technical service at Travel Centers of America. And today, as always, once a month, he's joined by Eric Arnold and Byron Kelchner. Eric, of course, is a field engineer, and Byron, a senior national account manager for fleets. We're talking with Castrol Oil, of course. Good morning to all three of you gentlemen. Hey, Kevin, how you doing, brother?
I'm all right. How you doing, Jimmy?
I don't have complaints except for the fact that I got your notes and realized that everything comes down to filters again. I'm
right.
I'm always kind of just
and you know, God bless Eric Arnold. He actually even put air filters in there. Can you believe that?
I was shocked, shocked to find that before you check anything else, you should make sure that you're actually keeping up with your filters, keeping up with the air. Hey guys, don't forget this too. As you make your way, towards a happy holiday, you really should get rid of your air filters in your house because most of the dust in your house is you. So let that kind of sink in. Fortunately, most of the stuff that goes through your cars is not you. That would be a very bad thing. And we're going to be talking about what sources are impacting your engine oil. So Kevin, I guess I will start with a 30,000 foot view from you, and then we can kind of pivot, as you said in your email, to both Eric and Byron. So just kind of give us an overview about the idea of talking about the impacts of other stuff on your engine oil.
Well, you stop and think about it, and there's a lot of different things that could factor into, how long your engine oil actually lasts, how well it's performing the way it should be, and all that stuff. But there's things outside your engine, inside the engine, and just the weather, even, right? So there's a lot of different things, and I think Eric had a good topic here about continuing on, kind of moving from the last topic when these guys were on. And I think it'd be good to hear everything that they've got to say about this.
Eric, we make the joke all the time that almost everything begins with a filter. The idea that, often if you're changing your filter, the kind of things that go wrong, actually, you are in many ways maintaining maintenance simply by making sure that on a regular basis you check filters and you make sure that they're all functioning. If you were going to tell somebody to figure out ways to improve the performance of your oil, to improve your engine oil's kind of, how it kind of serves the rest of your engine, what would be the first thing you would tell people from their own sort of approach? If you forget about the stuff that mechanics can do or maintenance specialists can do, what can people do to make sure from the beginning that the oil does exactly what it's supposed to do at its maximum impact?
Yeah, and filters are such a big part of that, Jimmy. And again, like I think you mentioned, air filters. Whether it's the air filters or the oil filters, you can be using the right oil. You could be using a very high quality oil if you're not filtering it appropriately, and that includes the air, because the air coming in is certainly in contact with that filter. But keeping that clean, keeping your oil clean, will help you, maximize or optimize what that oil is capable of. I sort of use an analogy of, like, if you've got a drill, you might have the best power drill on the planet, but if you use a cheap bit, you're not going to get clean holes, or you're not going to have them come through fast. And it's like that with the oil. If you don't have a good quality filter, you're not going to get the most out of your oil.
And this is, and it's funny because, the running joke we have here is the worst thing you can do for your engine is turn it on. But once you do turn it on, it becomes a matter of making sure that everything is where it needs to be. And like I said, one time using a cheap filter, one time using, just kind of doing something half-assed one time, you're not going to pay for it. But we're talking about mile upon mile and, and lots of oil changes and a lot of that movement. If in fact you are not getting the best sort of stuff that you can have, best sort of filter you can have, then you're basically slow walking your rig towards an early demise. That's fair, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And another thing that I like to throw out there too, and it's a little tangential, but you can buy a very high quality filter. That doesn't mean the most capability or the highest capability of filtering particles or filtering everything out, because that filter also needs to allow the fluid to flow through it and not be bypassed. There are a lot of filters on the market that will strip just about anything out of the oil, but the oil needs to be able to flow through it. And that again goes to using the right kind of filter and a quality one.
Okay, so makes sense. It makes perfect sense. And if in fact my strange analogy works, it's often really good if you want to make sure that that your food is heated. You use a microwave. The problem is that you're not only stripping, maybe getting stuff out of there that will make you unwell. You also might be getting rid of the stuff that makes you well. And that really is, it's about really creating a balance to make sure that, some stuff should get through, particularly when there are things inside of the oil that actually help your engine. You don't want them getting stripped out before they reach inside of the engine, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about engine wear as well, too. The idea that along with filters, we've got to kind of check the engine wear. How do we go about doing that? How do we make sure, like I said, this is really about, we've picked the right oil, we've got the right plan for the oil that we're using. You guys have made recommendations, people are going with it, we've got the right filters. What are the next steps that we then take?
Yeah, and keeping wear under control has a lot to do with keeping stuff out of the oil, stuff that's not supposed to be in there, primarily dirt and water. If you've got water getting in, chances are it's bringing dirt in there as well. Soot's another one. Having soot, that's just going to naturally happen. It's a byproduct of combustion. It's going to be in the oil. If the oil is able to keep the soot particles dispersed and keep them from, coming together and sticking to surfaces and flowing through the oil until they can be trapped in a filter, that's really what you want to do, because once wear starts, it generally doesn't stop. And it's natural. These, engines, as amazing as they are these days, they don't last forever. They're going to wear, but minimizing the rate at which it wears, that's really the ideal.
Okay, so I want to kind of follow up on that before I kind of pivot over to Byron. You say, so once it starts, it doesn't stop. And like I said, that always sets up a chill up my spine that now the damage is done, we can't do anything about it. Is it a case of that, or is it a case of you've taken one step closer, but we can mediate that, we can mitigate those circumstances, but you've got to be careful each step moving forward? Or is there something that says, like, you've done it and there's nothing can be done other than doing some repairs here? Are you following me?
Yeah, I am. And you absolutely can mitigate it up to a certain point. So say you get that initial bit of damage, like you said, it's not the end of the world. Now, there will be a point where it's kind of that point of no return. The oil, as much as I would love it to be able to do it, you can't pour it in there and heal the components. I don't know if that technology exists yet, but when it does, someone's going to make a fortune. But yeah,
if you're working on a patent, just call me quietly and we'll work something out on the side, because I really want a piece of that particular action. But go ahead.
Yeah, you got a deal.
Yeah, but go ahead on the mitigation.
No, so that's when you really make sure, again, you're using the right oil, the right filters, making sure that if the wear is happening and you're going down that track, you plan ahead, and again, you repair it before you're recovering the vehicle. And, it's better to plan that out. Again, it's cheaper to do it long run to get out ahead of it.
Byron, Kevin will know this is coming. You guys may be like, what the hell are you up to here? I tend to jump around a little bit because he talked about the weather early on in the 30,000-foot view. You have a lot of people that you work with, a lot of clients in a lot of different locations in regards to filter recommendations. I kind of want to stick on filters here, but it's all kind of interconnected. Can you kind of talk about geographic differences? Because I've actually asked Kevin at a later date, we're going to go more into detail on this, but can you talk about how you work with different fleets and different companies to kind of be like, look, this is not a one-size-fits-all deal, particularly driving across dry deserts is not the same as driving over mountain passes, is not the same as driving through, swamp country. Can you talk a little bit about when you work with your clients, how you kind of set them up for success geographically?
Yeah, I do think you were on to kind of, one of the biggest things right there is, what type of environment are they operating in? And that's really key. And I don't think that changes between its summer or winter. Those impacts are still kind of right there at the forefront. But you're right, let's just say if somebody's really kind of running in, some of those desert type areas, and let's just think of some of the West Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, some of those types of areas. Granted, we're not going to have those big temperature swings, that what we're going to have in North Dakota, kind of this time of year. We're not going to have maybe some of the other environmental factors with it. But there are, when you look at filters, you look at maybe a really high dust environment kind of with that, right? So that's, to me, I really think as I talk to kind of fleets are, really trying to hone in what are your practices right now. And I think for the most part, most good fleets, I mean, in today's environment, you have to stay on top of maintenance. You have to have a good maintenance program, or quite frankly, it's just too hard to survive for any long period of time. But really, I think what it is don't change off of those habits, those maintenance habits that you have in place, because they're really key right now. We're looking at those environmental factors, winter, I mean, from a maintenance perspective, working with fleets, and then also, in a previous life, kind of working on fleets, on the actual nuts and bolts of things. Winter is probably one of the worst times for maintenance. And I'm sure Kevin will agree with this. It's a miserable time of year to work on trucks. Kind of with that, you got snow and ice dropping on you, melting on you. There's things that get overlooked. For me, and if I'm looking towards that filter aspect to kind of really do that, one thing that I kind of think of, and I used to see was, you're going up and down wet, dirty, nasty roads, that ends up on the windshield. So you have to clean windshields more often. It's not uncommon for somebody to tilt the hood, get up there, try and do a little more window cleaning. Well, what are we using for handholds and everything else? Intake piping that's connected to, air filters and some of our filter systems. It's very easy to have that intake piping kind of pulled a little bit loose, create a little bit of a gap there. Well, what happens now is that system isn't sealed, and now any type of environmental products that are kind of in the air, whether it's just some of that fine mist particles, whatever else, can now enter its way into the system. So I think with fleets is really honing in what are you doing now, and to make sure that they have a good grasp on things, and then to make sure that you don't back off of that at all. At this really kind of pivotal time of the year.
It's interesting, too, because you talk about the idea of getting into good habits and getting kind of a good pattern going, and weather becomes the variable, even in places that have a pretty consistent climate, because that, and I'll go to Kevin here for a second, that really plays into the duty cycle. So, particularly, it becomes a little bit easier when the trucks are on the same run and do the same thing. But the irony of that is the more they're on the same run, particularly if the geography is 4 seasons, and Byron mentioned winter here, but one of the other things about winter that people don't talk about, particularly when you get beneath the Mason-Dixon line, is you have winters where we have it down here. This morning it was 32 degrees. There's a chance that tomorrow it could be 70 degrees and rainy and humid here. So when you're putting together a plan, Kevin, and you're talking to these folks, how do you kind of reconcile the environmental changes while at the same time everything else remains the same? Are you following me, brother?
Yeah, I think I see where you're trying to guide this wagon, but it's that's a tough one, because it really depends on your operation. I think what is it that you do on a daily basis. Of course, the bigger the operation, you got all these different variables that could play into all of that. But the reality of it is a good common practice is to always, start with, good clean air, clean filters, and have a program where regardless, not totally regardless, but regardless of what type of environment you're running in, you're still performing the same maintenance on the regular cadence, and I think that has a lot to do with it. I really do,
Eric, and that it goes back to an earlier question. I feel like I'm in this loop. So we talked about oil filters earlier, and I don't know the answer. I'm not being an attorney. I'm not asking a question I know the answer to here. I actually don't know. Does this mean that you sometimes have to change the filter that you use based on the environment that you're in? Or once you come up with a plan, and Byron can talk about this as well, but once you come up with a plan, you want to use the same filters because you say certain filters, as good as they are, might not be letting enough through. But there may be times when the climate changes or the geography changes that might demand something different. Or is it just a matter of find the right filter, once you get the one that works, use that one and kind of go with it?
I have a horrible answer to your question. I do think it's something in between that, Jimmy. If you've got I don't know how much the environment or the climate will play on, if we're talking like oil filters. If we're talking air filters, certainly, just you may ingest more, things like road salt that you'll ingest in winter that you won't during the summer months. But getting the environmental part of it, I would say it's more duty cycle related. Getting a filter that is capable to work with your duty cycle. If you've got a lot of idling, you might be generating a lot of soot. Or if you're hauling rock and driving out to quarries on dusty roads, you're going to have more dirt, more dust environmentally. And the other sort of why variable is what's your oil drain interval, because that really plays a bigger role. If you have a filter that can, that can be effective throughout your oil drain interval, that's probably priority one. Because if the oil drain interval is, if the filter is plugging up or reaching capacity before you're planning on changing the oil, that's when you have a problem.
Okay,
I don't know if that made sense, but I was, like I said, kind of a horrible answer in between.
No, it's not a horrible answer at all, as a matter of fact. But it's still, there is no plug and play. I mean, despite and Byron said it well. You've got to get into a habit, but what you can't get into is a reflexive habit. Meaning you've still got to be mindful from time to time, even if you're doing lather, rinse, repeat. Even if you're doing that, you need to be kind of actively engaged in checking out the environmental factors of understanding the particular job, particularly if the duty cycle and the operations shift. Those are all kind of important things. You just can't be doing one-size-fits-all sort of approach. And speaking of that, Byron, I was also curious because, once again, I'm always keeping in mind people who have just made the move to becoming owner-operators or small business owners. When you're coming up with a plan to kind of discuss with them, do you feel like that most people you talk to understand that the impact that the coolant and the cooling system maintenance is going to have on how that impacts people's engine oil? The idea that do you run into customers who don't understand the interconnectedness of all of this stuff?
No, I would agree. I think in general, most people do not understand the relationship and impact of coolant and what that has on an engine, especially a diesel engine. I mean, it's so important. And it's something that probably doesn't get talked about enough, right? Because people are really kind of specific on engine oil and they'll kind of dig into that. But coolant just kind of gets to be this thing that kind of gets forgotten about, so to speak. And really, I mean, and I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but it's the overwhelming amount of engine failures. A lot of those can really be traced back to engine coolant and antifreeze kind of with that. With the diesel engine, you have wet sleeve liners and everything else. So that, coolant in a diesel engine and, in these trucks operates differently than what it does in like your car, your pickup at home, kind of with that. We're talking extended life coolants, but there's a lot of things that go on in that engine that's really important. And there's some things that we call like liner pitting, which can be like if your coolant isn't taken care of properly, and the additives in the coolant, same thing as what we talk about in the additives in engine oil. Granted, they're different additives, but there's a lot of things that's put inside to protect the internal components. And we look at liners, particularly kind of with that. There's this thing happens that calls, it's liner pitting, and it's called cavitation. You get these tiny little microscopic air bubbles that form on the outside of the cylinder liner, and as that combustion cycle goes up and down, kind of with it, and you have that piston, those tiny little microscopic bubbles actually implode. What happens is they start to pit away at the liner. That happens long enough because somebody doesn't take care of their coolant. That creates a pinhole in the liner. Well, now we have a much larger significant issue that we need to deal with, and that's normally going to involve a complete engine teardown to kind of repair that. There's a lot of things that can happen, especially the different metals that are used in trucks now and in truck radiators, whether it's aluminum, copper. I mean, a lot of different things. There's a lot of plastic components as well. All those pieces really have to work together in a symbiotic relationship that maintains protection of the internal components of the engine, but it also same way as what it does with engine oil. And I think it's one of those things that it's just a great point, Jimmy, that often gets overlooked, that people don't realize how important that is.
And like I said, and speaking of that, Kevin, the whole idea of the interconnectedness. Thank you, by the way, Byron. Actually, what I love about these conversations is I will not pretend that I'm an expert here, but I will pretend, because I do understand everything you guys say. So we really appreciate that, guys. If you're enjoying Maintenance Matters, don't forget it is brought to you by our friends at Castrol Oil and TA Petro. Kevin, talk to me about the idea that when you look a customer, a client in the eyes and talk about a clear radiator, what that means to you and how that actually impacts engine oil on that.
Well, use the term clear radiator. I immediately went to the front of the truck and said, well, hey, you got to have the fin areas got to be clear so the air can flow through it, so the heat exchange can occur as the way it's supposed to. That, for all basic purposes, there I go again talking about filtering air, so to speak, right? So
there you go again.
It seems like I can't get away from that sometimes.
Ghost of Reagan. I'm telling you, man.
No, but in all seriousness, the heat, if the coolant levels aren't correct, if they're not meeting, the engine manufacturer specifications, things like that, maybe it's off, maybe it's slightly diluted, but it can change, not only the freeze point, but that changes the way that coolant's protecting, the liners, that the heat exchange, kind of, not necessarily at the microscopic level, but as that coolant flows through those different engine components. And nowadays, coolant flow on some of these modern engines is ridiculous as far as the amount of flow. A lot of people don't realize just how heavy the flow of coolant is through a lot of these engines. I mean, there's some engines out there that can actually take that 12 gallons of coolant that's in most heavy-duty trucks and completely cycle 12 gallons through there within a minute at certain RPMs. So, that's a lot of coolant flow when you stop and think about it. So the properties of that coolant's got to help with, erosion and different things like that, because this coolant is turning and twisting all at the same time while it's absorbing heat, to take heat out of that system, move it out to the radiator and move it into the air, when the air goes across it. So with that heat exchange process. So, whenever anything disrupts that flow, here I go with my philosophy again, though, Jimmy. It throws everything out of that harmonic balance that it all needs to be in. So
it was funny. I'd written down the note. I said here he goes. I said natural harmonics, and Eric, that's the thing. I don't know if you know this, but and I'm sure in your many conversations with Kevin as well too, we talk about the idea that that it's almost like a wind instrument. That the idea that if you can't move the air through the horn, it doesn't matter how lovely the horn is, no sound gets produced, or the sound becomes sound, or it sounds like somebody made a mistake in an elevator. So let's kind of break this down here. So we talk about the oil filters, we've talked about the engine wear. If in fact those things aren't taken care of, which they should have been, then fluid leaks begin to start, and that becomes a real problem too, right? And that the fluid leaks really begin, because that's when we really start to see problems. Kind of break that down as well, once we get to the point where we got fluid leaking all over the place and what that does to the oil's performance.
Yeah, if it's leaking out, that means stuff can get in as well. You've got a passage for fluid to move through. And I always think of it like this, and the same is true with the cooling system. It's pressurized, and when that pressure differential happens, the engine has more pressure. It's going to push the oil out where you get that leak, which does impact the oil level, over time, and it certainly makes a mess of things. But when you turn it off, it's no longer pressurized, and the atmospheric pressure then would be greater, and it will take it in, especially as it cools. It can take in dirt, moisture, and so on. And that gets inside, and then just over time, that will start to work its way through the engine, and hopefully the filters catch it. But really, yeah, like you said, you don't want to get to the point where you're having those leaks, because that's its own problem.
The best way to determine whether a segment was great is if I look up and realize that I have utterly blown past the time that we were supposed to keep talking. Eric Arnold, who's a field engineer at Castrol, Byron Kelchner, who is a senior national accounts manager for fleets, and of course our good friend Kevin Lindsay, manager of technical service at Travel Centers of America, have joined us this morning for another edition of Maintenance Matters. Guys, thank you so much. I'll talk to Kevin before this moment, but I won't get a chance to talk to either one of you. Happiest of holidays and best of seasons coming towards you both.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Thanks, Jimmy.
You got it, guys. Kevin, thank you as always. We'll come back next week and continue our conversation about filters. Or we won't. We'll see where the road takes us. Thank you, Kevin. It's always good talking to you.
Thank you, Jim.
All righty, guys. We'll be back on the other side. Looking for your comments on the YouTube and the Book of Face. Got a conversation coming up I want to dig into about recommendations we can make to our upcoming guest. Road Gang Radio continues after this.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
By the way, welcome back. Our good friend Red Jack says Disaronno Amaretto in your eggnog is A-OK by him. Marshall Platter has already begun to make recommendations for our upcoming guest. Chorizo con huevo says, what's for breakfast? No donuts here. He says if she's going across Wyoming, she should run Old Highway 30 and stop at Medicine Bow, the Virginian Hotel, by the way. Lots of good stuff coming in on the chat. Good morning to all of you guys. Marshall says that he rides around the country looking for good places to eat and tries to haul a little freight on the side. I like that approach. Trucker Boaston says, I passed a 64 Diamond Rio Narrow Hood Conventional Saturday. He's talking to the Pie Man, of course, and all of you guys are talking to me. Let's kind of get a conversation going on the chat over in YouTube. Our good friend Jennifer Moorman is coming to talk about her new books, her new tour, and all that that groovy stuff. And there are two things on the docket when Lindsay gets here at 9 in the center, 10 in the east. Of course, that is 2 hours before our friends from Hawaii join us. I'll be previewing what's coming up on that particular segment in just a little bit here on Road Gang Radio. So the two questions, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the chat, is number one, we are helping a gifted author make her plans for the places she'll go. We don't know where she's going yet. We don't know all the particulars of the trip, but Marshall's already started to kind of push us in that direction as well. What are some really interesting roadside attractions, roadside eateries that you would push her towards, maybe check out? He mentioned Wyoming is one place. Any places you guys have been to, we would love to hear about that as well. And, of course, our good friend Red Jack started the conversation in the other direction. Our other guest is going to be coming here talking about the holiday imbibing of our founding fathers. Do you have favorite holiday cocktails which you imbibe? Do you have favorite holiday mocktails which you imbibe? All of that is worthy of conversation. I will tell you, Madison, for the longest time, I avoided what people called mocktails because most of them ran the route of a Shirley Temple. And I am just not interested over dinner or before dinner or after dinner or at any point really in drinking buckets of sugar. It's just not my bag. I used to weigh 270 pounds. I hover between about 190 and 205. It depends upon what day of the week it is. It depends upon, what season of the year it is. One of the ways that I was able to keep a lot of that weight off is I can count on my hands. Meaning, if you ask me right now, Madison, to name every time I've had sweet tea or a fountain drink with sugar in it, I can literally tell you. I could sit down and figure it out. I could over the course of a year. I think it's 11 this year.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I try not to drink my calories. I'd rather eat them.
Yeah, and there are a couple of exceptions. I think you've been with me on one or two occasions where I've made. If I go get barbecue, I kind of say, you know what, I'm going to get an Arnold Palmer. Now I don't go for multiple refills, and I'll load up on ice, and I'll often have unsweet tea with lemonade in it to kind of get that nice thing going on there. I do that, and every once in a blue moon, I love the movies so much. Although I found Diet Coke tastes better every year, particularly when it comes from a fountain machine. I have found that, I'd rather eat the garbage in the popcorn and the M&Ms because it's funny, people don't realize every little bit counts, and people don't kind of put that together. If there's one kind of snack or sugar thing or thing that's really not good for you that you really struggle with, what is it?
I have a major sweet tooth, but I've had to I've figured out smart ways to still maintain my sweet tooth, but in a better way, like using natural sugars. Like I'll make date bark and things of that sort, just making those switches so that it's not processed. Try not to eat anything that has corn syrup or anything of that sort.
Yeah, and it's one of those things too. My friend Anthony, who is a trainer, used to always tell me if you find yourself after having a protein ingestion, after doing everything you can, he says if you still want a little sweet, he said, here's an idea. Get yourself some honey that you buy from a farmer's market and have a teaspoon of it. He said, you will cure your sugar craving very, very quickly if you do that and kind of let it settle in and set in. It's just tough. I mean, it's tough, and particularly this time of year because so many people this time of year are offering you things that are homemade, that are absolutely delicious. It's one thing to say no to a Hershey bar.
Yeah.
You can turn that down in a heartbeat. It's easy to say no to a bag of M&Ms. You can say no to that. It's when you go to somebody's house and they have put out cakes and pies.
Yeah, no, this time of year I kind of just succumb to it. It is what it is. I'd rather eat the treats.
Yeah, and by the way, I don't know if you know this, but they've actually a lot of people will tell you that if you simply make the decision to eat what you're going to eat when you eat a treat, to do it, and then also, this is important, if you take a 15 to 20 minute brisk walk after any sort of real, when you make a decision it was a mistake, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Oh, that was a mistake kind of thing. If you make that decision to do it then, you'll be okay. You'll be okay. Everything in moderation, including moderation, as we like to say over here at Road Gang Radio. Moderation is not what is going on right now with the FMCSA. And there are people out there who absolutely are in complete agreement with them, by the way. If you haven't been following the events, there is a collision course now headed between California and the DOT. The DOT essentially has said you are not enforcing the English proficiency at the level we would like you to be enforcing it, if you're enforcing it at all. And until you do, we are going to withhold essentially its safety funds, but it really is funds to improve the roads and the infrastructure of California. This is not a new tactic, by the way. This administration did not invent this. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the drinking laws in this country, but people really quickly forget, Madison, that you could drink until you were you could drink at 18 all across the country in the 70s and 80s. That was an ongoing thing. And there was nobody questioned it. You turned 18, you had your driver's license, and you were off to the races. You got down to the bar as quickly as you possibly could. We've always had a problem in this country with drunk driving accidents. All you have to do is kind of read up on what the highways and byways of the United States were like back in the 50s and 60s. They were not a safe place. Don't ever kid yourself. Back in the day was brutal on the highways and the roads. It's just that we didn't have the 24-hour cycle of the news, so you didn't know as much what was going on. But a lot of people got killed on a regular basis in drunk driving accidents and speeding accidents. Mothers Against Drunk Driving kind of comes into existence in the late 70s and early 80s. So many kids, as a rite of passage, were getting incredibly drunk on prom nights, getting incredibly drunk on spring break trips, and too many people were getting the phone call in the middle of the night that their son or their daughter or their kids had all been killed in a drunk driving accident. And one of the ways they thought they could put a stop to it was by raising the national drinking age to 21. It did not meet with immediate success because some states, Madison, decided that it would be a really clever idea to be like, well, we'll keep ours at 18, so the neighboring state is at 21, which means all these kids will come across the state lines and come drink over here. Florida held on for a long time, too, advertising itself as a spring break destination where 18-year-olds could be the adults they actually were and be treated like them and get the drinks. The federal government figured out a way around it, which was you can have your drinking age wherever you want it. We're not going to give you highway funds. We're going to withhold highway funds. So this is a grand tradition of, while there are states' rights, the federal government says we don't have to pay for those rights. And in many ways, that's what went on to kind of do that. So what the FMCSA is doing right now is not a new thing. I don't want anybody thinking this is a strange tactic. This is a very common tactic. When the administration of the United States government wants to impose certain laws and regs, it can't always send a ton of enforcement over there to do it for it. What it can do, though, is it can use the power of its purse to withhold the funds that people were counting on to repair their highways and byways. And that is the confrontation that is actually kind of, making its way to the courts. In May, the DOT announced it would begin requiring enforcement of the long-standing English proficiency regulations. If you don't like it, too bad. It's on the books. Them's the rules. During a news conference in Austin, Texas, Sean Duffy, head of the DOT, said that truck drivers who are unable to read electronic road signs or communicate with law enforcement officers present a threat to highway safety. And what Duffy said was, we are here to restore common sense and safety to our roadways. For too long, misguided policies have prioritized political correctness over the safety of the American people. We are issuing new guidance that ensures a driver who can't understand English will not drive a commercial vehicle in this country, period. Full stop. Enforcing out-of-service violations is about preventing tragedies and saving lives. So on August 26th, Duffy said during a news conference that California, Washington, and New Mexico had not been enforcing English proficiency regulations. On the same day, California received a notice of proposed determination of nonconformity from the FMCSA. In the letter addressed to California Governor Gavin Newsom, the FMCSA said the state had 30 days to respond to the notice or risk losing up to 100% of its MCASP funding, which is about $33 million in this fiscal year. All right, this is what Jesse Ellison, FMCSA's chief counsel, wrote to kind of lay this out. From June of 25th of 2025 through August 21st of 2025, the FMCSA identified that out of 69,268 inspections conducted by California state inspectors, 34,069 resulted in at least one violation being issued. Of those 34,069 inspections, only one contained a violation relating to English language proficiency. with that one violation resulting in the driver being placed out of service as a result of the ELP violation. California responded on the 25th of September, saying that California laws, regulations, standards, and orders regarding ELP are either identical or have the same effect. Additionally, the state said that it requires all driving skills and road tests be conducted in English. This is the beginning of a wider, more widespread attempt to, okay, so, and if the phones were open, I know a couple of you guys would be able to call and kind of talk about this as well. For years when Dave and I were on the previous platform, Lindsay and I did the weekend shows, so we didn't get as much a conversation about this. But for years, many of you were calling on a regular basis and telling us that you were running into people who not only were disrespectful, not only inhabiting the fuel islands as a kind of a way station for themselves, not only kind of, not behaving in a way becoming to professional truck drivers, also you couldn't even communicate your displeasure to them because they couldn't understand you. There was a lot of talk from a lot of our friends out there who were saying we have a real problem out here and nothing is being done about it. It feels like now there is something being done about it. And it feels like what BARS is doing over at the FMCSA is an attempt to simply enforce what already exists. They're not making up new stuff, guys. That's not what's happening here. This is not like new policies. This is simply enforcing the policies that are on the books. I got a chance last week, when we were over at the Vet Ready Summit, to talk to a number of people who are in the educational sphere. We consider ourselves close with the NAPF-TDS and close with the National Association of Publicly Funded Truck Driving Schools. This is all part and parcel of who we are. We have a high focus here on training. What is interesting is that, in fact, we were talking yesterday on Nemo Nation about this very thing, and I brought up this question here. Is this actually setting us up for maybe an actual momentary shortage in quality drivers, a momentary shortage? I want to make sure I'm really clear on that, guys, because I was, as we were talking yesterday about this in detail, I wanted to clarify that I don't have a problem with a momentary shortage of quality drivers. I don't. Because what it means is we're in the process, when you add the clearinghouse, when you add the ELP, when you add certification and training, there might be a moment when there is a crunch, when there actually is a shortage of men and women that know exactly what to do out there. That's okay. As long as other parties don't use that temporary blip shortage, and like I said, please listen to me, they don't use that temporary blip shortage as an excuse to railroad policies that would make it easier in one direction or another to actually onboard bad drivers or unqualified drivers. I think the confrontation we're headed towards is that if we do it right in reforming the CDL system, if we remove the CDL mills from the equation, we are headed towards a moment where this may create real pressure on the people who sit behind desks wearing suits. They've always looked for en routes, non-domiciled CDLs, CDLs that get issued in the blink of an eye, CDL shopping, programs that are fly-by-night in the issuance of those CDLs, looking for any sort of loophole, allowing people of a younger age to drive before actually getting the time under their belt. If we eliminate all those routes to meet in the seat, because Dave was complaining about this yesterday, if we eliminate those routes to meet in the seat, that makes the moment of what I would call a reckoning, that the administrative side of trucking must come face to face with the fact that for too long it has allowed other people to train its drivers for them and give them quality drivers. Those systems have slowly faded out, or those people have found their way to other professions that provide them better lifestyle choices and better pay. I think the biggest thing holding back reform in regards to how we train people is that, imagine a situation where a kid goes to one of those schools in California or one of those high schools in Florida where people actually spend half their day learning about the supply chain. And then at 18, with the same ability to read, write, and do math as any other student of a high quality decides to go into trucking. They, in turn, get properly trained at a VOTEC or a legitimate private school or another publicly funded institution, and they are given 8 weeks or 16 weeks of training. And then they end up with a carrier who understands the job is to finish their training. And all along the way, from the time they are in the late part of their high school thing to the time they're getting their CDL to the time they actually get on board with a legit carrier, they learn the value of what it is they do. That's the thing about a good education, whether it is in VOTEC or whether it is in academia or whether it is in professional trade, is that if you train somebody properly, they understand everything that is expected of them. When people understand everything that is expected of them, people then demand that they get paid what they deserve. And I think that the whole reason we have danced around substandard training and allowed it is that it has allowed people to hire people for rates much less than they actually should be starting out with, which also keeps the rates of the people who have been on the road forever and a day incredibly down. And that is something kind of worth digging into, and that is the reckoning that I think is coming if this, in fact, goes on where it is. By the way, Marshall points out, as I was pointing out, the idea, this is how the feds blackmail the states regarding seatbelt laws. You can do what you want. We ain't got to give you federal funding for it. It's the same process, by the way. And as Trucker Boson says, you do what you want, just remember who controls the purse strings. Absolutely correct. And that's what it comes down to. That's what the federal government's great power is. That's how it works. I mean, at the end of the day, Madison, I don't know if you ever heard this, but you ever heard the expression that the federal government is merely an insurance company with an army?
I've not heard that, but it tracks.
It tracks, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Once you think about it, it's kind of like saying that Southwest Airlines is Greyhound buses with wings. Once you say that, you go, oh, then Southwest doesn't offend you. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Once you realize that American Airlines is a racket, that's another thing too. Just a fleece down operation. I'm going to continue to beat up on American Airlines on this show as long as I possibly can, for as long as I possibly can, because I have to tell you, I have never been treated so badly by a corporation in my entire life, from the top corporate overlords all the way down to a little snit behind the counter at Logan Airport, by the way. Okay, so let me ask you a question. When's the last time you traveled during the holidays? Really traveled. I don't mean like gone home to Morgan City, but really traveled.
I've never actually had to travel during the holidays because my family's here. I mean, I've like not air travel. Like when I was going to school in Savannah, I would drive home, but I've never flown during the holidays, so I don't know what that chaos is like.
That's one of my favorite things, by the way. When I was in school, I used to love that. I would, every once in a while, my dad, when I'd come home for Christmas from the University of Georgia, he would buy me a train ticket rather than taking a plane. Remember, airline travel back in the 80s was much more expensive than it is now. I would catch a train, though, and it's a long ride, but it'd be a really fun ride. I used to love that. It was just the train ride from Atlanta to actually, it was from Athens. I could catch a train in Athens and then get there. But the train ride from Athens all the way to New Orleans was long and lovely. Tara, as you know, got a chance to ride on her first train last week. She enjoyed that. You've been on a train?
I've not. I don't think. Have I? Well, I lied. I think I took a train when I was, I think that's a train. When I was in Nice for Cannes.
It's such a regional thing, by the way.
Yeah, 'cause I took one to Monaco. That was a train, yeah.
If you're from the South, you'll get the answer of no a lot. If you're from the West, you get the answer of no a lot. But yet there are people on the flip side. I have friends of mine who didn't get their driver's license because they lived in New York City all their life. Didn't get their driver's license until they were in their 30s, but they've been riding trains all their lives. And that's part of the landscape and makeup of what they do. I mean, that's the thing. Welcome back, guys. It's Road Gang Radio. Let me kind of give you a brief recap of where we're at and what's coming up next. Highway to Health. We took care of your maintenance with Maintenance Matters, and now we pivot into our taking care of you. We're going to be talking about hearing with Melissa Wikoff, who is a doctor of audiology. We're going to be talking about, as you get older, guys, your eyesight changes. We're all aware of that. Your hearing changes as well. And we're going to be talking about the main causes of hearing loss. What are the symptoms of hearing loss? When should you get it checked out? When we work in noisy environments, what should we look for in regards to earplugs, muffs, or other gear? And you know, she's also an expert in tinnitus. I always say, is it tinnitus or tinnitus? I'm going to find out exactly what the pronunciation of that is as well. There was, by the way, a major leaguer named Nick Asaski who actually went from being one of the great free agency acquisitions of all time to being a complete bust because he had tinnitus. He had tinnitus in his ears. And I'm telling you, once you get that, it becomes a nightmare for a lot of people. So I don't know if you guys know this, but Terry Hanratty, the quarterback of Notre Dame, was recently inducted into the College Football Hall of Fame. And he was the backup quarterback for many years to Terry Bradshaw over in Pittsburgh. He was supposed to be the savior of the Pittsburgh Steelers before Bradshaw was the savior of the Pittsburgh Steelers. He actually and I struck up a friendship over hearing, Madison. I don't know if you know this, but there are a lot of people who get misdiagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's who actually have nothing more than hearing problems. But what they're learning is, though, is that while it won't lead to Alzheimer's, it can lead to certain forms of dementia. Because what ends up happening is that when you can't hear properly, you start to emotionally shut down. It's particularly pronounced at the holidays, and there's a lot of people that you will notice will sit at the table sullenly and in silence at the Christmas dinner. Before you think that Uncle Frank is simply a curmudgeon, you might want to say, Uncle Frank, are you hearing everything the way you should? And if he goes, what? Maybe you should encourage him to get over there and get his hearing checked out. The reduction in the quality of life by not taking care of hearing problems is pronounced and rapid, and most importantly, I hate to say it's a silent killer, pun intended. It really is, though. I mean, we don't realize how much hearing is. It's of all the senses. We know about being blind, we know about actually, missing a limb, we know about the challenges that those people face, but being deaf, particularly as you go deaf very, very slowly late in life, particularly if you sat inside of a truck or a cab for an extended period of time, the damage is incredible. The damage is incredible because it is insidious. It happens over a long, extended period of time, and one morning you wake up and the world doesn't sound the way it used to sound, but you never noticed it happening because it happened so gradually. So we're going to have Dr. Wikoff on to talk about this and to really kind of remind you guys that along with getting everything else checked out, your front end, your back end, you also should go up to the top of your scalp and make sure that those ears are actually functioning the way they should be functioning. I get my ears checked on a regular basis because I have a significant hearing problem in my left ear. Only problem is, Madison, is you can't buy a single hearing aid.
Really?
You have to buy them in pairs.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's a thing. I'm very surprised about that, but you have to buy them in pairs. But yeah, talking to my friend Terry Hanratty, he and I had a great conversation about how it can change your life. That there are people who seem to be cured of whatever it was that ailed them by simply fixing their hearing. I can't press this enough for all you guys. In the wake of Dean Croke's physical, he passed it, by the way, passed his DOT physical. In the wake of all of that, I would recommend that along with everything else you're getting checked out, all the diligence you're doing, I can't recommend enough that you take the time to get them ears looked at, listened to, make sure they're working. And with that in mind, we're going to have our next guest coming up here. Highway to Health is next. We are talking hearing. We are going to be talking about what causes tinnitus. We are going to be talking about why it's important for you guys to understand that. We're going to be separating whether it's just an annoyance or something more serious, and if in fact it can be gotten rid of, and if it can't, if it in fact is manageable. Madison, we'll take a break here. I'm going to go grab some coffee really quickly. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. Road Gang Radio continues with Highway to Health next.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter, now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you. Because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Go for it, Madison with a T.
Why, thank you, Claire. We are live from the Fastport Studios in the beautiful city of New Orleans. Take it away, Jimmy.
Guys, as I was saying before, talk about my good friend Terry Hanratty, who just inducted into the College Football Hall of Fame. Got a chance to talk to him, got a chance to meet him for the first time on my show. We were talking, of course, about hearing and the number of people who people thought either had dementia or Alzheimer's or some sort of form of aphasia, only to discover later on that they simply couldn't hear and had never gotten it checked out. There's still time to figure all that kind of stuff out, still time to kind of put it together. I have a little transition music here, Madison, to kind of take us into Highway to Health with our next guest. So Dr. Melissa Wikoff joins us. She's the Doctor of Audiology at peachtreehearing.com. We're thrilled to have her on board today. And good morning to you, Doctor. Thank you for making the time for us during this very busy season of a lot of cacophony and a lot of carols and bells. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
So, one of the things, people keep up with their eyesight. They're pretty good about that, especially when they drive a truck for a living. They're pretty good about making sure that they can see where they're going. I don't think people realize how much their hearing impacts the way they drive, the way they handle a truck. And I was kind of curious to ask two questions. One, we know that our eyesight changes over time. But two, does in fact our hearing, even when we have the best of hearing, alter itself as we get older?
Absolutely. That is a great question. So your hearing can change over time. There's a very common kind of hearing loss. It's called presbycusis, but that just means age-related hearing loss. And what happens, generally starting at age 40, we should be getting these annual checkups because you can lose hearing over time. Not everyone does, but many people do. And what happens is we've got this use it or lose it phenomena in the ear. Your brain and your ears want to hear sound. That's what they were meant to do. But if they don't get used, they start to die off over time, these little cells that correspond to different pitches. It's usually higher pitch sounds first. And that can get worse and worse and worse unless we get it checked out and take action to prevent that from getting worse. So one of the best things you can do for yourself is just to get a hearing check.
Yeah.
But no one wants to get a hearing check because I think we're afraid to find out that there's hearing loss. I think a lot of people, and that's why I'm thrilled you're having me with you today, is because we're afraid to find out that something is wrong. But really, in my occupation as an audiologist, knowledge is power. The more we know, the more we can prevent it from getting worse. There's nothing wrong with you. It's not your fault.
Let me ask you a question, because you brought up the idea of use it or lose it, and and that's part of it here too. But what other causes? I mean, it's not just a matter of not using it; it's a matter of there are things that are preventing you from using it. So, what actually is causing hearing loss?
All kinds of things. So, there could be an ear infection that causes hearing loss, a virus. It could be something that is genetic. You could just be genetically predisposed or, inclined to have hearing loss as you age. But you can also have loud noise. So what I am always worried about with trucking and driving is all of that road noise all the time, or a horn. You know how loud that horn can be, especially when you're sitting in the cabin of the truck. So, someone honking at you, you honking the horn often, even just general road noise all of the time, loading and unloading trucks. There are all kinds of things that could cause it for your audience.
Let me ask you this too, because as I understand it, it is an insidious situation because, and I'm using a pun here, of course, low frequency. It is happening so gradually and so quietly. Look, no matter how gradually, no matter how gradually you're losing your eyesight, you become very aware very quickly when something takes the final turn. With hearing loss, it is so gradual, a lot of people don't even realize what they're hearing 5 years later is not the same thing. They don't even know something has gone wrong to a large degree. They don't understand why the quality of life has dipped just a little bit. They can't figure out exactly why, what's going on, and by that point, it might be too late, which is why continually checking in on this is really a good place to kind of start and finish, correct?
Absolutely. So listen, I will tell you it's never too late. However, you nailed it there, is that this happens generally very gradually, and our brains are smart. We cope with it. We compensate, right? So we just get used to it, and we just feel like, well, this is normal. This is how it's always been. But it hasn't. It's just happened so slowly. But all of a sudden, you just might realize, you know what? You went to a party or out to dinner with your friends, and it was hard. You're tired when you came home. Instead of, wanting to stay up, talk about your night, you just want to go to bed. It was exhausting because you were working so hard to hear and to keep up with that conversation. And because it happens so slowly, we don't realize often that it doesn't have to be that way.
And let's talk about why it doesn't have to be that way. And by that, what I'm getting at here is I want to talk about not so much what's going wrong, but what addressing the problem can correct. I don't know if you heard me earlier. I was talking about a former NFL quarterback, Terry Hanratty, who actually went from being a curmudgeon at his Thanksgiving table, at his Christmas table, to being the life of the party again, to feeling like he'd gotten his life back again. Because one of the things that's so sad that happens is that people often get misdiagnosed because they never bother to check their hearing, because the quality of their life has kind of, they bump into things, they isolate themselves, they withdraw. And of course, you talk about the idea of use it or lose it. We also know that our neural pathways, as we begin to shut the world off sound-wise, begins to harden us and make us less of the person that we were. So can we talk a little bit about what actually taking action can do in regards to the improvement of the quality of life, what simply being able to hear better means for our daily existence?
Yes. Would you come and sit in my clinic every day and explain that to everybody that walks in the door? You just explain that so beautifully, and you get it, right? So that story really touches me, and I have a connection because I've done a lot of work for the Retired NFL Players Association before, and there are a lot of people in that field, but also just in general that we don't realize. People start to think that you're just grumpy, or you're unkind, or you're rude, or gosh, he's losing it because he's like, I'm talking about one thing and he thinks I'm saying something else. And really, you're not losing it at all. I see people every day who come in and they bring their husband or their wife or a parent, and they're worried that there's dementia, or they believe there is dementia. And in fact, it's got nothing to do with cognition or their brain at all. It's just that they're not hearing well. Or let's say there is some cognitive decline, there is some dementia going on. When you're not hearing well, it makes all of that so much worse because it's harder to connect. It's harder to hear the cues the first time. How could you possibly remember something if you didn't hear it right the first time, right? And then we worry about, it's this thing called cognitive load. So if you are working hard to filter out the noise yourself because your ears can no longer do it on their own, if you are working harder to catch up with what's being said, then you're missing the next thing that's being said because you're using your cognitive load, your working memory, your brain to figure out what you missed hearing. And that ages you so much faster. It ages your brain. It, in fact, might even make you want to just stay home. You know, you feel like a curmudgeon. You don't want to go out. You don't want to go to the holiday Christmas dinner. You don't want to go to that party. But when we isolate ourselves, that puts us at greater risk for dementia and cognitive decline, and it ages us faster. It's one of the worst things you can do for yourself. Really, what a gift now that we know that hearing is tied into this. And if we get it checked faster, it really is a gift that this is something that's treatable, fixable, and can actually delay this aging process.
Yeah, and it's interesting to me, too, because you talk about the idea of people afraid of getting checked out, and something just dawned on me. So whether we're talking about former professional football players, construction workers, or truck drivers, what they also have in common is they work in incredibly cacophonous environments. They actually often there are worries about CTE, there are worries about concussions and the long-term damage of it. And I sometimes worry that a lot of our drivers, a lot of former professional athletes, a lot of people who work in rough and tumble things don't get checked out because they're so afraid of being told that they have brain damage or so afraid of being told they have dementia or Alzheimer's. They're not even taking the first step that would, have somebody walk in there and say, by the way, you don't have brain damage. You just can't hear, dude. We need to get your hearing kind of checked out here. Because the other thing is, too, and you talk about this a little bit, the effect on our balance. People don't realize that it's like people may look like they're walking funny or they've lost the ability to hold themselves upright. But so much of it regards to like how we maintain balance comes from those ears functioning properly. Am I getting that right?
You're getting that absolutely right. Your organs of hearing and balance are both in your ears. And think about this. If you're walking around and you're in a cacophonous environment, right? You're in a noisy place and somebody sneaks up behind you or, somebody calls you from the other side and you can't hear them, put you at more of a fall risk. And falls are the number one reason that put us in the hospital, that age us quicker. There's some of the worst things that could happen to us. So when you feel stronger and more confident and you know where sound is coming from and you're better able to filter out all of the background, it's better. It keeps you younger, right? There's really no downside to this. And I think what we need to realize, I've got this awesome job. Nobody ever wants to come visit me because nobody wants to be told that they have a hearing loss. But truly, knowledge is power. The more we know about our bodies, the more we can stay ahead of things. That's what's actually going to keep you younger, is what's so ironic about it.
Yeah, and the other thing is, too, is that as, this is what makes me so sad about it, is that so much of this is so preventable. So much of this is just about simply sitting down in one environment. How do we convince people we love this time of year? We're sitting around the table a couple of days from now having one of those pre-Christmas dinners, and Uncle Charlie is just screaming, what? Or he's sitting in the corner and a sullen look on his face. How do we broach the topic? And we're like, hey, Charlie, before you think that you've actually just lost your marbles, why don't you check to see if you have your cans working, dude? How do we do that? How do we approach people?
This is the $1 million question. The $1 million question. If I had the answer, right? I wish I knew a better way to broach it, because I think even allowing me on the air and talking with me today and letting people hear about it to know that it's not a big deal and that they shouldn't be insulted, right? But I think a lot of people, when we tell them they have to have their hearing checked, they're immediately insulted. They immediately put their guard up. And there's a big stigma around hearing. So talking about it, making this a more normal, regular thing is the first step. So I really applaud you, and I'm grateful that you're having me here today to do this. But there needs to be more of a sensitivity in the way that we talk to people around, the dinner table. Sometimes we tend to get frustrated or roll our eyes or like, God, you just can't hear. And people take that, it's deeply personal. So almost saying, you know what, I'm going to get a hearing check. Why don't you come with me? It's time to get, we're getting our eyes checked. We're getting our ears checked. Let's just all go, do this. In my practice, if you live in Atlanta and you come see me, you'll notice the feel and the vibe here. Go on my website. Do you see a single person with gray hair? Right? So when we look into something, we don't see ourselves reflected in that. We don't want to see ourselves reflected as an old person with wrinkles or gray hair. We're trying to break down that stigma. My office is heavily decorated with rock and roll memorabilia from a lot of the musical artists that come and see us. We got a lot of classic rock going on. We're trying to do everything we can to make it a fun, cool experience so people want to come in versus going someplace where everything's painted yellow or gray and is cold and medical. This is a fun experience.
By the way, we're joined this morning, if you're just joining us, by Dr. Melissa Wikoff. She founded Peachtree Hearing in 2016, received her Doctor of Audiology degree from Washington University and St. Louis School of Medicine's program in Audiology and Communication Sciences. Prior to receiving that doctorate, Dr. Wikoff completed a capstone research study entitled Role of, and I can't even pronounce this, alpha-synuclein in noise-induced hearing loss. She earned her Bachelor's of Arts degree in speech and hearing from the University of Maryland, College Park, where my Uncle Terry studied. And while studying in Maryland, Dr. Wikoff was a university scholar in life science program and studied abroad in Belize, Central America, before joining us. And she hails from the Peachtree State, as does one of our good friends, Tenring, who on the chat says, I've had tinnitus for so long it has become a friend. What he did say, though, and I got a couple of questions for you here. The iPhone and newer AirPods can do a really good audio test. Are there ways that you can do a self-audio test before coming in to see you?
Yeah, that is a great way to get a baseline. It's not as sophisticated or intense as the test that we do in the office, but that is a beautiful first step. And also, I applaud Apple for making this something more normal and accessible and easy, right? So getting a hearing test on your iPhone is a great way to do it. There are a ton of apps where you can do a quick screen. So back to the previous question, make it a party trick, right? So if you notice that Uncle Henry's not hearing well at the table or something's up and you're worried about him, just pull it out and test his hearing right there from your cell phone. These things are much more accessible. It's a great way to start.
And I have another question, too. Steve writes, what would cause one ear to plug up during the winter season and become unplugged in spring or fall season as well? A lot of our drivers drive in different terrains. They drive across the country, which, of course, they're always dealing with different levels of pressure in one ear or the other. And I think what Steve is getting at is, should he be concerned that during the winter season, one of his ears plugs up?
So I would probably go see an ear, nose, and throat doctor if it's happening regularly to you in the wintertime. But what happens is, where are you driving in the winter? Is the altitude, is the pressure different? Do you have sinus, flu, cold? Is it allergy season? Has the humidity in the air? It could even be earwax, right? So the food we're eating changes differently with the seasons, and we can build up earwax. Things can harden, things can soften. So weather can plug up your ears, wax can plug up your ears, stress and the food you're eating, or cold, flu, sinus allergies could be any of the above.
Let me really quickly, before we actually pivot to tinnitus, is it tinnitus or tinnitus? I've heard both versions of that.
Yeah, so they're both exactly right. In the medical community, we say tinnitus, but they both mean the same thing.
Fantastic. But before we get to that, I wanted to kind of talk about the fact that we have a lot of men and a lot of women who sit inside of cabs all day, and every year the cabs get a little bit better and a little bit quieter, and we're headed towards the destination ultimately in 10, 20 years when actually the hearing that we have while we're inside of the cab is going to be protected. But until then, do you have recommendations for earplugs, muffs, or other sort of gear?
Yes.
What's the best protective way without losing our peripheral hearing, which, by the way, for a truck driver is very important? How do we protect our ears?
It absolutely is. So what we do for a lot of truck drivers is we recommend a custom filtered earplug. So you can still hear, but it's going to block out harmful noise. It has a filter in there that blocks out harmful noise from the cabin or from the, from a horn or an alarm or any of those things, but you can still hear what's going on around you because you need that peripheral hearing to drive safely. We can't do anything noise canceling because you need to hear what's going on the road. My absolute favorite place to get a custom is Sensophonics. You can just go on their website and they've got great information about what level of protection. They even have like really sophisticated systems for drivers. We love them. But you can also get something over the counter. So we really like Vibes. They're like $30. You can get them over the counter, but it's got a filter in there so you can still hear what's going on around you, but it's going to protect you from the noise.
Okay, so let's do it finally. Now we have enough time to kind of talk about tinnitus. What is it? What is it? What causes it? And how can we go about the business of either preventing it or getting rid of it?
So there are all kinds of, so what it is it's a sound that you hear that nobody else hears. And it's very, very common in drivers because you're all alone on the road all day. And while, yes, the scenery changes a little bit depending on where you're driving in the country, it can be a little monotonous, right? It can be a little of the same thing all the time. And so your brain starts to focus. And the number one cause of tinnitus is an underlying hearing loss. It's not the same for everybody. But let's say you've got some hearing loss and you don't even realize it. When you're alone in quiet in the cab of that car, it can start to creep up. So we do see it a lot with drivers. But it is a sound that you're hearing that nobody else is hearing. And I think a lot of people before have been told, you have to live with it. There's nothing that can be done. But I am here today to tell you there's so much that can be done. It's just not a one-size-fits-all. It's a really unique thing, and we need to figure out what's going on with you, why is this happening for you, and what's the best way to get you relief. But if anybody is listening this morning that has tinnitus, I want you to know you are not stuck with it forever. It is absolutely treatable.
How do we treat it?
So a couple of ways that we can treat it. There's probably three main ways to treat it. Now, I'll preface this with saying it's going to be different for everybody, so it may not be one of these three ways for you, but more likely than not, it's going to be one of these three things. So if there is an underlying hearing loss, we've got to fill in the gaps. So earlier, you and I were talking about that use it or lose it phenomenon. But tinnitus occurs in the amygdala portion of your brain, your limbic system, your subconscious. You and I have no conscious control over this. So for whatever reason, and it's kind of a brilliant reason, the brain, when you're missing sound, when you're not hearing, when there's a hearing loss that remains uncorrected, right? Your brain's trying to fix it for you so it doesn't get any worse, which is brilliant. And it's trying to fill in the gaps of what it's expecting to hear, but it's missing. So if your brain is doing that and I correct your hearing with a hearing aid, when it's done the right way for someone with tinnitus, I can get you relief. We can get relief from the tinnitus, which is amazing. So sound therapy with a hearing aid would be one way. We can also use noise, right? So when you come see me for tinnitus, I have equipment where I can measure what you're hearing, what pitch is it, how loud is it in your head, and then I can modulate noise around your noise to retrain your brain not to hear it anymore. That's called tinnitus retraining therapy. My favorite treatment for tinnitus these days is a mouthful. It's called bimodal neuromodulation. But there's a tinnitus treatment out there called Linear. And for those who are a candidate for it, it's a 30-minute treatment, and we put sound on your ears, calibrated to your hearing. It's custom prescription, and feeling on your tongue. We stimulate two pathways in parallel, and it changes the way your brain codes the tinnitus. So for whatever reason, your brain is telling you this is an important sound. It's saying, pay attention, listen, pay attention. Well, what I can do with Linear is recode that signal as unimportant, benign, not a big deal, and we can neutralize the brain's automatic negative response to the tinnitus, and it's awesome. So I love it. It's not something you wear on your body all day, every day for the rest of your life. It's a 30-minute treatment. You do them from the comfort of your own home twice a day for a minimum of 12 weeks. It's awesome. We love it. So that's my favorite thing. It is the only thing out there that is FDA approved and cleared for tinnitus. Another option is cognitive behavioral therapy for tinnitus. So sometimes it's just coaching you through learning tools. How do we neutralize this automatic negative response our brain is having? So you can go and talk to somebody in person, or we've got options digitally where we can just do something through our cell phone, and sometimes it comes with a couple follow-ups or we're talking to someone, but just learning tools on how do we get through this if it's keeping us up at night? What are tips and strategies to just neutralize it?
And the idea that it's like, I hate to say it, but it's to some degree we're talking about some of it is all in your head. Not all of it, but some of it is all in your head.
No, it is. Yeah, it is all in your head. Yeah. You're not crazy, but it is all in your head. No one else can hear it. It is. And that's what's so tough about this, is that it's really isolating and upsetting because nobody else can hear it.
Yeah, and the thing about the cognitive therapy as well, too, I will tell you this because I actually I don't know if it was tinnitus. For the longest time, I actually suffered from a real imbalance in my left ear. It turned out you were right that it was an ear infection that a doctor finally caught. I was doing just enough to keep it at bay and not enough to get rid of it. But when they finally got rid of it, I still had this kind of thing going on in my head that the imbalance that it created, I'd gotten so used to it. It took sitting down and kind of talking through it to kind of reestablish my equilibrium. And part of reestablishing your equilibrium is like being mindful. I mean, that's part of what we're talking about here is really kind of sitting down and working with somebody to figure this out. By the way, we're going to run out of time here, but our good friend Trucker Boaston on the chat said it's like having the wrong gaps on your spark plug. It still runs, but it's out of sync. And I kind of love that.
I love that analogy.
I do too. What are your Christmas plans, by the way? What you got coming up for the season in general? Forget about Christmas. How about the season?
We're going to take the kids to a dude ranch in Arizona this year. We're going to do something totally different. It's getting cold here in Atlanta, so we're going to do just something fun. Our kids are little enough. Let's go spend some time together doing something fun while they're out of school. What are you going to do for Christmas?
Well, we are going to do, one of the things is my wife who lives in California. I'm down here broadcasting from New Orleans right now. My wife, who I have not seen enough of, actually will be in for the entire week. We're staying at the historic Degas house, so we don't have to live with either my parents or her parents. And we've got a whole bunch of great plans in one of the most beautiful neighborhoods in the city of New Orleans. So I'm looking forward to that.
Enjoy her.
I will.
Yes, enjoy your time together. I'm excited for you guys. And how beautiful in New Orleans this time of year.
It's fantastic. And by the way, enjoy your family, enjoy horseback riding, and enjoy being able to hear the world around you. I can't thank you enough for making time on what I know is a very busy time of year for you because, man, there's a lot of caroling and a lot of bell ringing that is going on.
And I want you to hear those bells and hear the carols. If you cannot go see your audiologist, even just get a check on your iPhone, right? That would be wonderful and such a gift to your future self. So thank you again. I can't thank you enough. It's always a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you. Dr. Melissa Wikoff has joined us, Doctor of Audiology. Please go to peachtreehearing.com. We got a whole bunch of Atlanta listeners as well, too. They all say good morning. Go have the best of days.
You too. Thanks again.
You got it. Road Gang
Bye.
Radio, roll out that welcome mat because Lindsay is coming. Lindsay Lawler is going to be here in short order. Hope you guys are listening. A lot of great chats today. Thank you for dealing with us on the phone issue for today by being really participatory over in the chat. Some great questions as well. The doctor was ready to answer them. Hope that satisfies you, Steve. Thank you for your insights, by the way, Tin Ring. I totally understand. What? What was that? Sorry, didn't hear you. You need to speak up. Oh, yeah. Happy days. Go to truckdown.com. Get out of the ditch, back on the road. 50 states, 8 provinces, truckdown.com.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Look at that sweatshirt. What is that? That looks awesome.
Snake. It's a snake. It's as I've and I have my snake necklace on. That was my mother-in-law's, who we lost this year. But it's a beautiful. And the snake. It's funny, Jim, if you can see the snake that I'm wearing the necklace. It's wrapped like in a circle, so I guess infinity. But it's eating its tail, which is a whole thing if you read into why snakes do that. And I didn't mean to have on my snake necklace and my snake shirt, but 2025, Jim, the year of the snake. It's all about shedding and endings, and it's apropos. That's all. It's been an interesting year, but 2026 is the year of the horse, racing forward. Ba-lum, 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 bum, bum. Whatever that means. Am I what? Crazy? Yes.
Well, crazy like a fox. and sexy like a fox too. Lindsay Lawler joins us here on Road Gang Radio. I'm over in the city of New Orleans. She is over in the city of Franklin, Tennessee, which is essentially, a really nice place
Nashville,
to live.
y'all.
A really nice place to live if, in fact, you love Nashville. Are you a bigger fan of the Chinese zodiac or of, the I hate to call it the Western zodiac, but whatever the hell the horoscope is these days? Which one are you a bigger fan of? Which one do you actually? I don't know.
Both. I celebrate both kinds. I celebrate all kinds because I think you can take a little bit of everything. Just like I'm interested in everybody's religion and I'm interested in everybody's politics and I'm interested in everybody's thoughts. I think I take in all of it and then I kind of figure out what resonates for me. So I say all of it. I love equating an animal energy to a whole year. I love picking a word for the year. So I love anything that we can attach that makes us feel like we can get some, a year is so, like, what is a year? But when I can attach something to it to be like, okay, that year was this, represented that. This year represented that. You know what I mean? And I like when I can attach something to it. So I like both. The astrology year and our calendar year is not, they say it's not right. I mean, some people count spring and the equinoxes. That's when the year begins. So I celebrate it all. I celebrate every morning as a new day, Jimmy Mack. How about you, brother?
I am actually a little bit more inclined to kind of enjoy the Chinese zodiac because I like the momentousness of a year. The idea that it only comes every 12 years, you know what I'm saying? That every 12 years in this kind of amazing cycle, this year shows up and that's your year. If you were born in that year, it means that, look, you can live your life by a stopwatch if you want to. I mean, to some degree, a lot of this is what we impose upon ourselves, what we make a decision to kind of focus on. But there are ways of kind of having a horoscope that actually either focuses on your month or focuses on your year. But I like the idea that you're going to get one shot at this once every 12 years, but you
only get one shot to not miss your chance to blow. The opportunity comes once in a lifetime.
You get one shot at it, but I love the fact that it's a long shot, that it's like you're not just being given like, you got this day, or you got this week, or this month, you have this year. It's like, you've been, and maybe if there are people out there who are planning for their big year, you know what I'm saying, who live, the Chinese zodiac, they live every year kind of following the tenets that you've talked about, the idea of shedding, the idea of, being, kind of honoring the snake. But then your year comes and you do your thing. What is your year, by the way?
Well, first of all, let me say before I tell you that, I think it's interesting because, like, personally, I don't, and this is a newer kind of thing, but I don't feel like I experience time so much as, like, a box on a wall. So I feel like I'm experiencing time more as like a story and a rhythm or an initiation, kind of like we said. So any sort of system that treats time as alive and its own thing, that I feel like I resonate with. And the Chinese zodiac, you talk a lot about, like, as it pertains to personality and purpose, which comes back to what you're talking about. What is your year? When you can be like, oh my gosh, this is like when you can treat each year as an archetype, not a number. I think that's so exciting. That's cool. Like dragon years that feel expansive and bold. And then there's snake years, which was 2025, which is very introspective and strategic. There's rabbit years, not ears, years, that are supposed to like really soften things, which, that also could feel like a shedding, I guess. And so, yeah, I think honoring that is really interesting. Am I sounding crazy?
No, not at all. I don't think you're crazy at all. I don't think any of this is crazy, provided that, okay, so I think part of it has to be taken with a grain of salt, but at the same time that if you choose to organize look, we know, and it doesn't make any difference whether you're Hindi, whether you're practicing Christian, whether you're Jewish, it doesn't make any difference. We know that people who actually practice the tenets of their faith, practice them, and go to services on a regular basis have better outcomes in their life, straight up. That's not a debatable thing. That's not like, that's your opinion, man. No, there's actual data that shows that people who genuinely make an effort to follow the tenets of their faith and go to church on a regular basis or services or any sort of, regular pattern of celebration, worship, or meditation have better outcomes in life. So if, in fact, you decide to let your life be governed by that, I can't see how the outcomes would be bad. You know what I'm saying? That if you really kind of make a commitment to that and really kind of dive into that, then I can see how it could actually. I don't think you sound crazy at all.
I don't even care anymore because it's kind of the only thing that's making sense to me right now. And so then my, I guess my exciting thing then for me personally is that I say next year's the year of the horse, and I guess what my zodiac is, Jim?
Are you the horse?
I'm the horse.
Oh, that's why you're so excited about it, by the way. That's why you're so excited. Okay, so you must have done a little bit of deep dive into this. I mean, you've talked about some general concepts of moving forward, of racing across space and time and all that stuff. But what specifically is in there? Are there things that you really are getting a gravitational feel for, other than the big, broad, general concept ideas of that?
Yeah, so the horse, from a broad perspective, the horse archetype is really about freedom and movement and charisma and voice. I love all those things. And horse people I've really been into like moving my body. And I'm not talking about even getting out, like literally just laying on the ground and sitting in weird positions and working out all kinds of weird kinks in my body. I have to start my day and end my day like that. And horse people supposedly are real natural communicators and performers. And apparently are energized by like travel and ideas and conversations and momentum. You know me, I like momentum, if not to a fault, Jim. So the fact that next year's about momentum, I read into a lot. Apparently the horse energy is very intuitive, but not interested in sitting still with that intuition. So it's like you get the information and you're like, let's go, let's do something with it. I don't need to reflect any longer. I'm good. So, it's here to move energy through the world. But even that is my Chinese zodiac. However, because it's the year of it next year, everybody can embody all those energies. And if this sounds weird and wind crazy, yeah, it is. However, to Jim's point earlier about if you want, yeah, maybe it's crazy, but why don't you just try to use it to your advantage, even if it's from an organizational standpoint? Like you can take these things and be like, okay, how do I organize those energies into all the buckets of my life, personally, professionally, spiritually, physically, whatever it is. Like drop it in and just see how it works. Same thing when we talk about vision boards. Same thing when we talk about picking your word for the year. My word for 2026 came to me the other day, and as I was walking up the stairs into my house in my garage, I'm like, oh, that's clearly it. And I just love when those things happen because it helps. That's how my brain, crazy or not, it's how my brain sort of organizes things. Very existentially, but it's how I can ground oddly. So
both sides value their freedom. Both sides don't like being tied down. Both sides have a strong foundation if they choose to move forward together.
Both sides. What are you talking about?
Let me get through this. Both sides have different approaches, however. One values structure in order to maintain their freedom. The other, spontaneity in order to maintain their freedom. And both can lead to significant personal growth if they, in fact, make a decision to use the structure of one and the spontaneity of the other to grow together. That being said, one needs order and routine while the other one craves adventure and spontaneity, and that can lead to potential friction. They need to actively communicate and respect their differing needs for space and control. And then finally, one must respect one's need for routine. The other must allow the other space to roam. Patience and understanding are key to navigating these different personalities and creating harmony. That is what
I guess that's you and me?
That's you and me. That is the horse and the rooster, or as I used to call it when I was growing up, the cock.
Trucker Bosun's the rooster too. Wait, so are you the discipline or spontaneity?
Well, it's interesting because
I see me in both sides of that, and I see you in both sides of that.
It's opposite sides of the same coin because this is interesting about this, and this is where it gets really kind of fun. The spontaneity and the structure. The rooster is structure because the rooster calls upon the new day. Okay, that's what the rooster does. He calls upon the new day.
Wake up, get it together.
One of the great things about what the rooster has to offer, along with punctuality, fidelity, bravery, and new beginnings is really what the rooster symbolizes. The rooster is all about new beginnings. The rooster kind of, banishes the darkness. That's a really big thing. That the rooster, the celebration of the rooster in the Chinese zodiac, more so than anything else, is they feel like if you're going through dark times, if the year of the rooster shows up during a dark time, that it in many ways acts as a kind of a force majeure that banishes the darkness, is the big thing. Both symbols crave freedom, but both symbols also believe that freedom can be achieved. The rooster believes that freedom is achieved by creating some sort of structure in which to kind of liberate themselves from wherever they are. The horse believes that spontaneity liberates them. And so in that way, those different approaches, they're actually, it's interesting. They say they are compatible, but they are only compatible through communication. That there are signs that actually just immediately sync up, that go immediately like, oh, it's done.
See, so it's an interesting way to, same thing with signs. It's an interesting way to, and again, I know a lot of people listening are like, wah, wah, but it's, if it makes sense, if you read into say I mean, because I always look at Seamus, my husband is a Pisces and I'm a Sagittarius, and his mom, as I've talked about before, is an astrologer. I have all her astrology books sitting over in my bookshelf now, and I didn't like grow up reading into those things or resonating, but it makes a lot of sense to me. If it makes sense, it makes sense. And I can be like, all right, how just personality wise does this make sense? Because I mean, I guess I'll go back to the horse thing. It's talking about destiny, and horse is talking about horse being a leader, but how does a horse become a leader? How does a rooster become a leader? How does a snake become a leader? It's telling you those kind of things. Everybody can find their strengths or weaknesses. Not everybody is a leader, but it's like, if you are going to lead in any capacity, even if that means your own life, here are the strengths that you lean into and embody, if that makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. And the other thing is, to kind of couple with what you're talking about here in terms of taking inventory of what the inventory of qualities that each one of those symbols thinks. I have to ask you this question because there are a couple of things in the rooster that are not me, or at least are not me yet, that I have to really work on. Do you ever use those symbols as a way of saying, well, I'm not quite that, but I'd like to be that? How do I be that? Do you follow me? That you use them as kind of aspirational, that the symbol itself becomes like, man, there's so much in there that I actually am, but there's things in there that I there's a fidelity thing going on in there in regards to me being faithful to my ideas, me being faithful to the people in my life. I don't mean unfaithful in the traditional sort of, way that, Claire should leave me.
He and Claire are fine, everybody, calm down.
Claire and I are fine. But you know what I'm saying? The idea that it's like, the idea of cutting ties, of
that's boundaries. That's instincts. I mean, that's trusting your gut. And everybody needs to lean into that. So when you look at that and you're like, oh, that's not me, I think it's just saying it could be you. Does this resonate? If you want to step in this role, it is available to you. Yeah, but you also have the choice. We all have free will. So we also have the choice to turn down traits that are somewhere innately in us. You've been saying this over and over, Jimmy. If I just only would have trusted myself for that. If I only would have trusted myself for that. So you're resonating with it not being you right now because you're not leaning into it. The minute you lean into it, you do become it. You do embody that energy.
You know what I do like about the horoscope? That I will say, there's a lot of things, like, Ten Ring made a funny joke about Lindsay cray, no, as he said over there online. I will say this, though. The one thing that I really do enjoy...
At least I own it.
Yeah, I own it.
I know I'm crazy.
What I enjoy about horoscopes, most of all, and I don't mean this in regards to the fun they bring you. I mean, good God almighty, I will tell you that there is nothing quite as much fun as... and I miss it to some degree, and I may start doing it again in the new year, is reading a newspaper in the morning. Love going to the horoscope page. Lots of fun stuff there. Have had a really fun game with Chinese fortune cookies for a long time. Still play it to some degree. Mm-hmm. But what I really enjoy about all of that stuff is I want to make sure that you understand this, guys. For whatever the criticisms of the woo or the nonsense, all of that stuff is... I have not found yet that any of that stuff is like the Oracle at Delphi. The Oracle of Delphi, of course, is from Oedipus Rex. It's the old Greek myth. You went to go see the Oracle at Delphi. It would tell you what the future held, and that's what the future held. There was no way around it. There was no way around it, as opposed to, like, in the Lord of the Rings, the Palantir, which was this thing that you looked into and it would tell you the future. The problem was it also knew what other people were doing too, and that would influence what you're seeing. What I love about the horoscopes is it's got that energy, in the sense that it's like, this is not your destiny, this is not your fate, this is not what you have to do or have to be, but it goes back to your idea of there being a choice in there, that there actually is. Any system, I think, that gives you space for free will, that gives you space for choice, is the system that you should be looking at. Because one thing you can't do is let any system or any belief system you have lock you into the inevitable. There's only one inevitable in this world, and that's how we will end. That we will be gone and go wherever is next. That we will not be part of this anymore. But everything else is up for grabs. And I have found that both the Chinese zodiac and, I guess, Western horoscope, or whatever you want to call that, is the astrological alignments in the West that have given us things that come from Greek and Roman mythology, that those things, both that and the zodiac, Chinese zodiac, give us space in which to become. They give us choices. They guide us if we want to choose them as guidance posts. And, like I said, if in fact there is space to maneuver and become and say, I choose not to do that, then I think that's as good of a system as following as anything else, if you dig where I'm coming from.
I dig where you're coming from, and I got something for you here, Jim, that combines you and I. If anyone is a Sagittarius or has horse or rooster, and if you don't know, type in, give me your date and what year you're born, and I'll let you know what you're working with. But combining you and I today, Jim, let me just give you this, that for me, by the way, Lindsay, you're running on pure horse energy right now. Restless, intuitive, and ready to move something forward just because it feels right. You're not here for small talk or busy work. If there's a truth to say, a story to tell, or a direction to shift, today's the day. You stop circling it and just go. Trust the momentum. You don't need a map. You need an open gate. And Jimmy, Sagittarius, but with rooster energy, Jimmy, your rooster energy is turned all the way up today. You're seeing what others are missing. You're hearing what's slightly off key, and you're not wrong. This is a great day for you to speak with confidence, call something like you see it, and own your perspective without softening it for anyone. Just remember, roosters are at their best when they crow with purpose, not just volume. So, Jimmy, together, horse brings the big picture and the forward motion. Rooster brings clarity, timing, and the well-placed truth bomb. If the two of you trust your instincts today, you'll land on something sharp, funny, and accidentally profound. Theme of the day: say it, mean it, move on.
Horsoscope, by the way, is what I'm going to call you. You have a horsoscope, is what you have.
A horsoscope.
And I have
horses, of course.
I have a crowoscope, is what I have.
Crowoscope.
So I crow at the coming of the dawn. Look for me on the third day at the coming of the dawn, folks. Hopefully, I will have a lot of horsemen with me to kind of turn the tide of the battle. That is Road Gang Radio. It's a really good show today, by the way. I'm excited about country and western music news.
It's going to be a good one today. A lot of conversation. We're going to talk about one thing, by the way. Just get it on the docket that we're going to talk about dirty Santa, white elephant, Santa swap, whatever you want to call it. We're going to be talking about that in country music news, so that'll be fun. And Jennifer Moorman, who's a good friend of mine, she's going to be on the show today. I'm so excited. She's so lovely.
She is, by the way. And by the way, if you go back through the chat, a number of people have made some lovely recommendations. They don't know where she's going. They don't know what her route is going to be. But a lot of folks actually sent some really great recommendations in Wyoming, other places, and we will continue to ask that question over the course of this show while she is on the air. You guys are welcome to jump into the chat as she kind of unpacks. Boy, she gets the gag, doesn't she? When she
gets it. She's smart. She's fun, and she says she lives in a magic house. And I actually went to her house for a Christmas gathering with a whole bunch of writers in town on Sunday. So now now that I've seen her house, we can talk about what her magic house means. Speaking of magic, Jim, Marshall's wanting to know what's going on with his life. I'm going to give him a little. I'm going to give him a little about his day-to-days. Because, by the way, Marshall, you are horse energy as well. You are the horse, Marshall 2026. It's speaking to you, brother. So today, Marshall Platter, one of those days where your Virgo brain and your horse instincts are actually working together, which doesn't always happen with you. You're seeing the details clearly, but you're also feeling confident enough to trust your gut and move on. something without overthinking it. If you've been sitting on a decision, today's the day to act cleanly, decisively, and without second guessing yourself. You don't need more information, Marshall. You already have the right read. Go on now.
How about you? Come on, by the way. I do want to talk really quickly here as well about our first guest, Brooke Barbier, who actually was on Revolution Road, and I was just kind of, Lindsay, I was kind of charmed, and I also felt that it fit into one of your wheelhouses. This is somebody who actually figured out a way to take what she loves and to actually make a living out of it. Not only to be an author about the founding fathers.
History and drinking, put them together.
History and drinking, and also does a tour company. I mean, has a tour company, Ye Old Tavern Tours. Madison and I were talking earlier this morning about our favorite holiday cocktails, and we'd love to hear yours over on the chat as well. I don't know what it is, and of course I don't imbibe anymore, but there's just something really.
But you imbibe with mocktails, and that's kind of the same. You can
do.
get festive and creative, especially around the holidays with mocktails.
And I love the idea of going to a party where there is Madison and I talk about not drinking our calories, and I really do avoid that. I actually can tell you, outside of a smoothie, which becomes a meal substitute, I was having one yesterday. I had this big protein coffee thing for my dinner instead last night. That's what I was drinking when we were on the chat yesterday. But I will tell you, there's something so charming about walking into a home during the cold season and somebody's made something that is hot and imbibing. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what it is.
I do. Although Seamus loves to make on the stove. He'll do kind of like a apple cider whiskey hot toddy kind of thing on the stove, And one year,
I just love saying hot toddy.
One year he made it at Christmas and or maybe it was Thanksgiving. Anyway, at a holiday, and he was in putting all the ingredients in the pot, and he was probably drinking too much of it while he was making it, I'm just going to say, and he grabbed for an allspice seasoning, and instead he grabbed the poultry seasoning.
Oh, I remember this.
Yeah, and he didn't, and he told my friend Tracy walked in, and he goes, he looked at her and he said, I accidentally used poultry seasoning, and don't tell Lindsay. And she was like, well, she's going to know when she tastes it. So we had poultry cider. I was thinking of like little chunks in it, even though it wasn't like turkey chunks, but that's what I think of every time now when I think of those. But we do love to make that, and then just get a little Yeti of it and get our gloves on and get our little thermos. You can do this obviously, of course, with hot chocolate or just regular apple cider. We put a little whiskey in ours sometimes, and we just go on a little walk through the neighborhood. We'll probably do a little hot toddy neighborhood walk on Christmas Day, I think, because we don't really have any plans for Christmas.
That's a great Christmas.
And I'm okay with that.
So this is something I'm going to start today and never bring back again, but I want to have a new thing called Jim's One Day and One Day Only of something.
This is my tradition forever for one day.
What I have learned something good that I have learned in the last 2 or 3 weeks. And I realize that's a really bad way of putting it because it's something that I already knew but was reminded of yesterday evening. And everybody should take an inventory of stock about something good that goes on in their life. And last night, I went to my brother's house, and he made 2 beautiful steaks that he then cut into pieces. And let me tell you something. He could have made 1 steak, and that would have been enough for the 3 people that were there. His friend Roger, his former business partner, and I kind of spent the evening watching football and talking over a lot of different stuff. I realized something. I am so incredibly blessed, and you've seen it. You've seen it, Lindsay, with your own eyes, and I think you have the same blessing. I know many of you guys do as well. Our good friend Trucker Bosun with Penny Lane. What it means to have people in your life who love you unconditionally is such a gift. Is such an amazing gift to have that. And beyond just because even, I'll tell you this, even when you have somebody you're married to that loves you, my God, Claire was great last night. Just kind of talking to Claire and figuring some stuff out was terrific as well. It was a great reminder, and I think as we get close to Christmas, people should take just a couple of hours over the course of the day to think about something that they've noticed positive in their life, in the fabric of their life. And I just wanted to share that with you. If you come up with one over the course of the rest of the morning, Lindsay, I'd love to hear it, but I'm not making you do a dance monkey dance. Give me
If I come up with what? Somebody I'm grateful for? Or what?
No, just anything. It could be anything. It could be the fact that you like, that you love a particular kind of coffee on a particular kind of morning. Just anything that you are incredibly grateful for.
Can I tell you something that happened this morning that I'm grateful for?
Yeah.
I woke up first thing this morning, Jim, and I went in to pee. So I'm sitting there peeing. Everyone just don't have to envision it, but this is a safe space. Anyway, and I just said a little silent prayer. I said, because I was going pee. In case you didn't know that part of the story, going pee.
That detail.
Going pee in the half bathroom that's in my kitchen, and then if I walk out of that, there's a window to my right, which is my kind of living room, music room, or to my left, which is the kitchen. Anyway, and while I was peeing, because I was going peeing, I'm a peeing, you're a peeing, I said, I just did a little silent prayer, and I said, all right, when I come out, I want to look out the window. God, show me a deer to let me know everything's going to be okay and I'm on the right track. And then as soon as I said it, I was like, that's dumb. I don't need to see a deer. I know I'm set. And I was like, sorry, God, I don't need the deer. I trust you. I'm all good. And so it is. And then, Jim, I walked out and I went into the music room and sat in my beanbag. No one in my house was up yet. Sat in the little beanbag in the corner like I do every morning. And a deer walked past. And then another deer walked past. And then another. 6 deer go walking past me in my yard right in front of me.
Oh, no, you asked, sister. Here you go.
Wait. 6 go walking forward, 2 which are babies. And I was like, oh, my God. And then I ran and got my journal. I came back, and 5 more came out. A separate group came walking past. And then I was like sort of wiping a tear. And then 2 more walked by. So I said, show me a deer. Never mind. I don't need it. And then I got 13. I've never seen 13 deer just standing in my yard in the morning. So I was very grateful for that. But what I was mainly grateful for in that moment, Jim, is that I knew I didn't need it. And when I said when I released that and just like trusted myself, it showed up 13-fold. And I just, again, Lindsay with the woo, but that didn't even have to be woo. It just from a tangible standpoint, that was just trusting that things are going to be okay. And things are going to be okay. Everything's working out for me. Everything's working out for you. Everything's working out for everybody listening. And everything's about to work out for us talking booze and history.
Come on,
Combine
man.
those two, baby. Let's go. Especially around the holidays.
I mean,
Come on.
What more could you want? By the way, thank you, Clifford. He just said that last interview probably saved my life. I hope it does. I hope you get your hearing checked. I hope you understand you're probably not losing your mind. That's so important. When Terry Hanratty and I struck up that friendship, he changed my life. I have changed the headsets that I wear. I do more ear checks. I know what the plan is for getting hearing aids for my left ear. I know what the plan is now. Not yet, but I will get there. But I'm also doing a better job protecting my hearing. We got to take a break here. We have gone on way too long. I've been doing this all morning, Lindsay.
Blah, 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 blah.
Barbier. A little bit of blues, a little bit of Founding Fathers, a little bit of great time over the holiday season. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. We'll come back, do a little transition into our next interview. It's Road Gang Radio. Don't get thrown to the wolves. And thank you for the 10 spot, Marshall. You amazing Marshall Bladder man.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
We're going where you want to go so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
A lot of discussion over here, as always, in the second half of the show when we talk about the idea of getting a life. So much of what Lindsay and I encourage you to do, and Lindsay encourages me to do, and I push Lindsay towards doing, is trusting your gut.
Yep.
Trusting your gut is often the best way to go, especially when it comes to eating and drinking and imbibing around the holidays. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. I want to kind of start off by reading some of the comments, and Lindsay will jump in too as well before we get to our next guest. Marshall, of course, says, I always trust my gut, has saved my life a number of times. Would love to hear, by the way, what you're drinking, but we'll get to that in a second. What you got, Lindsay?
We'll get to that in a second. Trucker Boast, and of course, we're talking those warm drinks that you like to walk around in the neighborhood or wherever with. He likes a hot cider or a cocoa, which you could have those in your truck while you're driving down the road if you get yourself a good thermos, a good mug, a good Yeti. That you can drink driving down the road. Steve, however, he likes a blended scotch and a fire for him. Don't light a fire and make a scotch while you're driving down the road. But I hear you, Steve. A fire. Steve would like to hang out with my husband, Seamus. My husband, Seamus, would love nothing more. My Seamus would love nothing more than a scotch in his left hand. And we have a thing, Steve, called the bloker. It's a poker thing for the fire on one end, and the top you can blow in for it. So you're blowing while stoking the fire. It's called a bloker. Someone gave it to us for a gift, and we have now gifted it to multiple people. It is amazing. Look up bloker, B-L, not like a bloke. B-L-O, I was spelling it wrong the whole time. I was like a bloke. B-L-O-W-K-E-R. Check it out.
Nicely done. Before I get to the final comment that will take us into our next guest, Joe J. also writes, I've been eating chili for 2 days. There is no trusting my gut. Thank you, sir, for the warning.
Oh, dear, Joe J.
Talk about a hot fire, huh? And by the way, finally, before we actually pivot, Marshall says, I like a hot cup of coffee with amaretto once in a while on a cold night. I am so thrilled to welcome Brooke Barbier back. She, of course, runs her own tour company in Boston, Ye Old Tavern Tours. See where this is going? Ye Old, of course. And the Ye is spelled with a Y-E, and the Old has an E at the end. Ye Old Tavern Tours, which means history is in the making. Her book, King Hancock, by the way, is in paperback and on sale now. Cocked and Boozy is available for pre-sale. We'll get to what that means all about. But Brooke joined us for Revolution Road a couple of weeks ago, and let's just say that I was intoxicated by her personality, and I am pleased to bring her back to introduce her to my friend Lindsay Lawler. I want to get these two folks together because I have people who are obsessed with history and storytelling, and most importantly, what to drink and when to drink it during the holiday season. We are thrilled to have you back on the show. Welcome back, Brooke.
Hey, Jimmy Mack, so good to be back with you. And hi, Lindsay, can't wait to chat.
Hi, Brooke. So nice to meet you. We're going to dive into a lot. My husband, by the way, is from Boston / Cape Cod, and my brother-in-law, who's no longer with us, but he was a bar manager up in Boston for a long time. So this is speaking my Frawley family language over
and
here.
Now you understand why I invited you back.
Yeah, this makes sense for me to be here today. But I want to start out talking about, and we're going to talk about your book that's currently out, and of course your book that's on pre-sale and all the things that you do. But let's talk about taverns as the OG, the original think tank, because taverns as these meeting halls and newsrooms, whatever. We'll dive into how, of course, alcohol lowered barriers, which also sometimes accelerated ideas, even the bad ones, of course. So let's talk about that bridge today, because how different, Brooke, is that really from modern bar culture where deals are made? And I mean, people are drinking, maybe overall a little less now, but the people that are still drinking, they're still drinking. And that's where deals are getting made. Bands are being born and lifetime friendships are formed. So how different is that really now than back to the think tank at the bar, at the pub, and during the Revolution?
I would say not much different. One of the big differences between 18th century life and today, especially taverns, is in the 18th century, there were very few public buildings. There might be a church and there might be a courthouse, and that would usually be it in a town aside from the tavern. So when people wanted a place to gather, the place was the tavern. And like you said, deals today are still sealed over a glass, a handshake in a glass. Bands are formed, friendships are solidified in a tavern today. So the idea that there's a public space where people can let loose and get to know one each other with free expression and free chatting, that's a centuries-old tradition.
Let's kind of talk about this as well, too, because when do we really start to see pub culture and hanging out at the bar really become part of the fervor of the revolution? When, I mean, did the British ever catch on and like going, we got to shut these bars down, or we got to put spies inside of these bars? I mean, we know this goes back. I mean, this is British culture as well, too. I don't know if people know this, but like, you know, one of the most great playwrights of the British history, Marlowe, was actually probably a spy and was killed in a bar room for eavesdropping on people. There's all kinds of great stories like that. But when do the British realize, and when do the colonists realize this is the best place to kind of hash out what needs to happen next? What's the history about pubs and their role in the revolution?
The immigrants who arrived to North America began brewing and making drinks, alcoholic drinks, right away. That was one of the first things they did. And as you mentioned, just because they have this tradition of drinking in England, where the white colonists were coming from. And shortly thereafter, taverns began to be set up. Now, your question is a really good one about when the British caught on. And taverns were highly regulated in the 17th and 18th century. There were laws about who could drink and where they could drink and what they could drink, the price that you could charge. But my specialty is the American Revolution. And as you're alluding to, the taverns there played such a vital role for colonists to gather, discuss ideas, patriotic ideas. And we see in one case in 1775 where British spies, are sent throughout taverns in the Massachusetts countryside to try to gather information about any colonist militarization plans.
Okay, so does this unravel stuff? I mean, in regards to, was there ever, is there ever a moment where they start saying, well, we can't talk in bars anymore? Do people like drinking so much they say, oh, the hell with it, we'll just figure out a different way to talk and a different way to communicate? I mean, was there ever, did the British ever really act to shut this down? Because, one of the best ways to really get a revolution going is to shut down the local bars. But, was there ever any sort of effort or attempt to do it that way, to really kind of go at it?
Yeah, that's a really good question. There was an attempt to shut a tavern down, but one of the most notorious examples of spycraft happening in taverns and people needing to pivot happened in Boston at the famed Green Dragon Tavern. And Paul Revere and a few others in Boston, a couple dozen other men, gathered there to try to share intelligence about British troops. The British troops had occupied Boston in 1774, and so the men were meeting, including Paul Revere, at the tavern to try to learn about the British movement so they might be able to anticipate attack. That's all pretty commonplace. What wasn't commonplace is that one of the people in this networking group that met at the Green Dragon Tavern was a spy for the British. So he was on the upper echelon of the Patriot leadership. His name was Dr. Benjamin Church. And every time they met at the Green Dragon, those secrets would be sold to the general in charge, Thomas Gage. He was also the governor of Massachusetts. And they didn't realize this. Paul Revere remarked later in his life that the secrets were getting out, but they didn't know that it was Benjamin Church doing it. Maybe it was a snooping barkeep, they thought, but it ended up being someone right in their midst.
Okay, Brooke, I've got to talk to you about something very serious.
Yes.
We're talking history, but we're also talking drinking. So we're talking drunks,
yes.
Which means we're talking drunk history. Tell me that you know what drunk history is, please. And if you don't,
show, yeah.
Okay, I'm sending you a couple episodes today that will blow your mind. Drunk History, by the way, guys, if you don't know, it's this educational, I put that in air quotes, comedy television series it's produced by Comedy Central. It's, it's based on the Funny or Die web series. But it is brilliant, and they do one on the Revolutionary War. But basically, essentially, they get an actor, they teach them everything about a specific point in history and time, and then they get him wasted, and then they have him recount that episode, and they have people like Will Ferrell and Don Cheadle come back and reenact him. It's so brilliant. But what's great about it, what I think it highlights, Brooke, is the idea that that we are telling, why it works. It makes history human, I think, and it strips away reverence, really, without disrespect. But it just shows us how humor can be a really powerful educational tool, I think. So I would love your take on that, Brooke, as a historian, your take on pop culture really telling history, perhaps sometimes better than textbooks as far as how it gets our attention.
Certainly, I've laughed at many drunk history episodes, and certainly it has a way to grab one's attention. And I think that the way that alcohol is often portrayed by historians of the American Revolution is that it's neglected, and it's seen as something that maybe we shouldn't discuss because it's shameful or it's embarrassing. But alcohol was a part of everyday life in colonial America, and they drank a lot more then than we do today. Mm-hmm. And we're not ashamed to talk about drinking today. So I think combining alcohol and history is really natural, especially for when you're talking about life in the 18th century.
And by the way, that opens the door up as well, too. You believe in it so much that you actually give tours that kind of acerbate that point in regards to what you kind of do present time. And I've been dying to ask you, because we didn't get a chance to dive into this too deep the last time you and I talked. If Lindsay and I were to come up to Boston and ask to get one of the tours from you, one of the old tavern tours, can you kind of take our listeners and us through what we would kind of experience? And then we'll get to some more kind of, particular drinks that the founding fathers and the founding influencers, we'll call them, the tipplers. Yeah. But talk to us a little bit about what a tavern tour looks like from a historic, but also from just having a good time perspective. Because I'm sure the lips get looser and the questions fly faster as each tavern is hit.
Well, similar to what Lindsay said, I sort of trick people into learning about history by offering them beer on the tour.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service, Brooke.
Yes, thank you, Lindsay. Yes. But so the tours walk along Boston's famed Freedom Trail, which links up 16 historic sites covering 2.5 miles. We don't cover 2.5 miles. But so along the way,
Thank you.
Walk and yes, also you're welcome. We'll see a historic site like the site of the Boston Massacre, or we'll see the graveyard where Paul Revere, John Hancock, and Samuel Adams are buried. And we'll talk about the Revolutionary and drunken history of Boston. And interspersed, we stop at 3 historic taverns to have a beer or cider in each. And it's really great fun, but it's really grounded in history. So it's a story about the American Revolution in Boston, but as we've been talking about, taverns are a big part of the American Revolution in Boston. And so guests get to drink in a tavern, enjoy themselves, getting a little bit loose, but hearing a story deeply grounded in facts and research.
Can we go a little deeper then? Because I know that this, like from a thesis standpoint and with along with your big idea and what you're working on, you talk about how alcohol didn't just accompany the revolution, that it actually actively helped transform the identity. And I know you've already touched on this, but I just want to dive a step further because there's a lot of historians who may have dismissed it. But I would love you to talk a little bit more about what happens when we actually take it seriously and show how it had a genuine positive effect. Which sounds strange to say when we're talking about getting drunk, but you know what I'm saying there. How it actually got stuff done, and it was the way people came together.
Yeah, so there's a lot of ways, but I'll give you one of probably the overarching ways, is that we sort of think of the 13 colonies as a united unit, that of course they would understand it's better to work together than to be self-interested. But in fact, they were self-interested. In the 1760s and 70s, the people in Georgia didn't care about the people in South Carolina, who didn't care about the people in New Hampshire. That wasn't them being selfish. It was just that they thought of their own colony as being their home country. They often use that word country to describe their colony. So as the imperial crisis is heating up in the 1770s, when the First and Second Continental Congress are held in Philadelphia, alcohol lubricates social connections among men who have never met before, who are skeptical. Massachusetts had developed this reputation of being this firebrand colony filled with radicals. And over drinks in a tavern in 1774 and 1775, you see these strangers become colleagues and then sometimes friends. And this isn't me saying this. We see this in the records of John Adams or Thomas Jefferson, how much time they spent in the taverns, and then you see their subsequent cooperation.
This is interesting, too, because, you know, you've got a great book, Boston and the American Revolution, A Town versus an Empire. And, you know, I think I've told this to Lindsay before. A lot of people don't understand that the best way I've actually been told in classes, and I'd love your take on this, was the best way to kind of conceive of Boston on the verge of American Revolution is that it is one giant radical college campus, not just from the behavior and the slogans, but the average age of the citizens there. It is an incredibly young place, and it's not the Boston we've conceived of now. It really is a tiny pocket of a lot of people packed into a very small area. It is literally the metaphorical definition of a powder keg as well. And the alcohol may have actually in some ways served to allow occasionally, maybe, cooler heads to prevail. And I don't mean that, like, of course, alcohol saved the day, but it did give these people a chance to blow off a little steam and get their thoughts clear as well, too, correct?
Yeah, when you drink alcohol with someone else, this is what modern science shows. It builds trust among people, and it creates bonding. And you have likely had that experience in your life. I certainly have had that experience in mine, that after you've had an evening drinking with someone, you feel closer to them. And the same would be true in the 18th century. Jimmy Mack was a little bit related to what you're saying, though, and this sort of touches on what Lindsay's question was, too. Alcohol also can inspire aggressive behavior and violent behavior, and we see that, too, especially in Boston, because they lead the way in violent protests against the Stamp Act, for example, in 1765, and we know that that was fueled by alcohol, too. So there's this dual nature to alcohol, that it builds sociability and a sense of connection between people. That's the really positive effects that we might still feel today, but it also can fuel antagonism between groups, which we've also probably seen today.
I have to ask this, by the way. This also is a thing where I'm kind of curious about the alcoholic content of the drinks back then as well, too. Mm. So if Lindsay and I walk into a bar, is it a kick you in your cocktail? I mean, is it that? Is it?
Sounds like the beginning of a joke. Yeah. Lindsay and I walking into a bar.
Lindsay and I walk into a 1775 bar, and the bartender says, "Welcome to Ye Old Tavern." But really, I mean, seriously, what would we have drunk? I mean, what would we be drinking if we walked into a tavern at that time? What kind of options were there available, and how powerful was that booze?
Well, let's first assume that you walked into a pretty nice tavern. So if you were down by the waterfront of Boston, you'd be walking into a grog shop, and there'd be very limited options. So I want to give you guys more options. So you're going to walk into a nicer tavern, and you tell me what you want to drink, and you'll be able to drink it. So they would drink beer, cider, and this is hard cider. Rum was particularly popular, and then rum on its own didn't taste great, so it was often made into other cocktails. Like punch was particularly popular. If you watered down some rum and added lime juice and sugar, that was grog. You also would be offered wine, and if you had the money to pay for it, you might enjoy a wine. Now, this isn't table wine like we think of today. It would be fortified wine, like port, sherry, or Madeira. Those were particularly popular with elites. You might drink a porter if you're in Philadelphia. That beer was just starting to emerge in Philadelphia in the mid-1770s. You guys were talking about sort of hot drinks on a cold day. You might have a hot toddy, watered down whiskey or rum. So what are you feeling? And they'll provide it for you.
I'm feeling it all. I'm feeling it all, my friend, always. Well, we want to make sure we talk, because you have a book right now, Cocked and Boozy, that is available for pre-sale, and your book King Hancock is available in paperback as well now. Everyone can head over to, you go to Brooke it's BARBIER.com to find out more on her past projects and ones coming up. Brooke, I want to, as I mentioned at the top of this, my brother-in-law, Ethan, he spent most of his adult life bartending and managing bars in Boston. And what always struck me was how, and I had never been to Boston until I married into this family. I'd never been to Fenway until I married into this family. And Brooke, he would have ball players come in and trade him tickets for beers. Like, he was just like, he loved the Boston bar scene so much and how things got done. But what always struck me was how those places really did become communities, especially around Fenway and baseball season and local traditions. And so we've touched on him a bit, but I really want to bridge the gap. And do you see echoes of that revolutionary tavern culture in modern Boston bars now? Or when you're going on these tours, is it mainly throwback, or are you really showing the bridge as to how those ties still in some ways remain today?
Yeah, the ties are strikingly similar. As you've noticed, we tend to think of people in the past as these two-dimensional or even one-dimensional flat figures, people without a lot of personality, people who didn't laugh, who didn't enjoy themselves, who didn't dance, who didn't play cards and gamble. But in the same way, the activities that we might do in a tavern today, they were doing in the 18th century. George Washington was an amazing dancer, and he really enjoyed doing that. And he liked to drink. He drank a wide variety of things. John Hancock would host huge parties because he liked to be around people. He wanted to entertain and have that sociability and build community. So we tend to think of these people as larger than life and often just solely focused on politics and the revolution. But in fact, you don't have good politics and you don't have a revolution without building community and network. And that's what taverns and alcohol helped do then, just as they do today.
So I'm hearing you say that alcohol is the original social media. Got it. Okay. Got it. Got it. More fun.
Well, basically, and the more you drink, it's the better your signal is. By the way, it's the stronger your Wi-Fi is. I want to ask a question before we run out of time here as well too. And we talked about this briefly before. I'm having a party next week, and I want to provide my guest a drink that is both tasty and will also prevent them from having to drive home at all. Big sleepover. Is there a cocktail that is quintessentially the American Revolution, but at the same time very seasonal and very Christmassy, that we can give people that will make them very, very happy, while at the same time maybe make them give up their keys?
Yeah, so one easy way, because it's very customizable, is to make a rum punch. Rum punch really needs a few ingredients. It needs rum, of course. It needs sugar in some form, so simple syrup is a great way. Tea as its base is particularly lovely with tea, and then it needs citrus juices, and that's it. So if you wanted to make it holiday vibes, you could use some cranberry juice or a cranberry simple syrup to give that flavor. You could rely quite heavily on oranges. Cranberry orange is particularly lovely when you make the citrus juice. So punch is particularly good for your party because it's a batch cocktail. So you can make it all in advance, serve it in a beautiful bowl, and let your guests just enjoy as they'd like. One other really fun drink that takes a little more effort but shows really well because it's so interesting was a drink called Syllabub. And that was essentially a boozy whipped cream. So you would whip up heavy cream like you're making a whipped cream, and you would add some lemon zest and lemon juice to it, and then you would put this whipped cream on top of either sherry or cider, and you'd serve it with a spoon. So it's a sort of a dessert-like drink. John Adams really enjoyed Syllabub when he tried it for the first time. So that could be a really fun one that also doubles as dessert.
I'll tell you, Brooke, we got those. We had an event at the Degas House where our studios are, and we had our buddy Chef Marty was serving up cocktails and food, and he
White House chef.
It was the White House chef. So he actually made one of those. He poured it over wine instead of it was Martha Washington's favorite drink as well. So that was fun. So we got to have it. It was terrible, but I get what they were going for.
Honestly, Lindsay, you're not wrong, especially when it's poured over sherry. You have to be really ready for the taste of sherry. But I also found recipes from the 18th century using cider, and that is actually quite lovely.
Okay, I'm going to try that.
Find like an unfiltered cider, yeah.
Okay, we'll try that. Okay, before I lose you, two quick lightning round. Which founder, Brooke, would you most want to have a drink with, and why?
John Hancock, no question.
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
He's who yeah, yeah. But he would be really fun to party with because he liked to drink, he liked to eat, and you know what's even better, Lindsay? He would pick up the tab.
Oh, okay. I like him.
Content, and he would pay. Yeah,
perfect. And
he was quite generous with hosting parties.
Perfect. And then just to bring us to modern, what for you? What's the best modern Boston bar for revolutionary vibes that still holds that vibe?
Ooh, there's so many great ones, but I mentioned the Green Dragon Tavern, but that one's a little tricky because it's not the original building. So one that I recommend that's a little off the beaten path is the Warren Tavern in Charlestown, Massachusetts. So Charlestown's a part of Boston, but it's just across the harbor, and that was built in 1780. And right when you walk in, you feel it. The low wooden beams and the sort of uneven floor. So it really gives you an amazing historic vibe.
What was it called again? The Warren?
The Warren Tavern, Warren, named for Joseph Warren, who was killed in the Battle of Bunker Hill, which took place just 3 blocks from Warren Tavern. So you can go have a moment of respect for those fallen at Bunker Hill, and then you can go drink and eat at Warren Tavern.
Moment of respect, and then cheers those who have fallen before us, Jimmy Mack.
Exactly.
YeOldTavernTours.com is where you can go to find out how you can actually meet Brooke in person. King Hancock is currently on sale and can be found everywhere books are sold. Cocked and Boozy is available for pre-sale. All of this wonder can be found at Brooke-Barbier.com to subscribe to her free newsletter. Happiest of holidays, and thank you for joining us this morning.
Thanks to you both.
Jim, now we're going to pivot again.
Pivot?
We're going to be talking with Jennifer Moorman. She's a USA Today best-selling author of 5 novels, and she's going on a book tour, and she needs you guys to tell her where to stop along the way and the towns along the way. So get ready to comment in the chat or even give us a call. Right? Right? Jennifer Moorman, My Honey Bunch, coming up next.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Whew. Get us out of orbit, Madison with a T.
I'm trying. We are back with more Road Gang Radio. From NOLA to Nashville, I'm here with Miss Lindsay Lawler and Mr. Jimmy Mack.
Good morning to you, Lindsay.
And to you, my friend.
I actually have some really great party ideas based on just the content that we were talking about, and also getting a chance to kind of peruse over the brief break that we had. Don't forget, Country and Western Music News is going to conclude the show after we tell you what's coming up on Trucking with OIDA as well. 'Tis the season, Lindsay. I mean, do you feel now that we've gotten back from Reeds Across America that the season is here? Do you feel like it's creeping in around the edges, or do you feel like you've been thrown right into the middle of it?
I don't feel like, for me, this holiday season is less festive and more cozy. Like, I'm just feeling cozy vibes, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean it in a great way, in a very like introspective, cozy way. And actually, as we pivot to our next guest, I got to go to a holiday gathering at this next wonderful guest house on Sunday. So, and speak of cozy, she lives in a cozy, magical house. So, Madison, give us a little shift here so I can bring my dear friend on, if you will. Joining us next, guys, Jennifer Moorman, this wonderful human who has been on our show before. She's a returning guest. She is such a light in the world. She's a USA Today best-selling author of 5 novels, and her creative works, by the way, they also include a collection of folklore, Jem, listen to this, folklore retellings and strawberry shortcake children's books. Hashtag balance. She's been praised by Publishers Weekly, by Booklist, by Kirkus Reviews, and the list goes on and on and on. She's Jem. She's done everything from graduate with a double major in the recording industry as well as English and linguistics, to tour the country with her band at the time, to write for People and Parade, to work in publishing, to write and release multiple books, and, here we go, Jim, to find ways to make magic a part of her every day, which, by the way, I think is the greatest accomplishment of all. She's also the creator and co-host of the podcast One Happy Thing, which is a lovely podcast. I've gotten a chance to be a guest on that show. Those are fabulous people. It's Jennifer along with some fellow best-selling authors, and she is my favorite fairy, guys. I'm so excited to bring her on the show and introduce her to you all. We're talking about her book tour today and how you guys can help her figure out how to find some magical stops along the way. Good morning, friends. How are you?
Oh, good morning. Thank you for that amazing introduction. I feel so warm and fuzzy.
You are warm and are you in fuzzy slippers right now in that purple chair in the corner?
I am, and I'm actually wearing Yeti feet. They look like little Yeti feet, and they're very cozy.
Yeti feet. What are Yeti feet? Is that a kind of slipper?
They just look like Yeti feet. Yeah, they just look like that. As in, like, the abominable snowman. They're just furry.
Not like, this wasn't like a cry for help that you're in desperate need of a pedicure. That's just what the slippers look like. Got it.
Oh, no. They're just like cartoonish slippers that my mom gave me.
I have to ask this question before we get any further. I want to kind of throw you in the deep end. A little birdie told us, speaking of things to celebrate about your life, you were in a band in a past life. Is that true?
That is definitely true. I toured all around the country for about 5 years. I mean, it's been many years ago now, but it was one of my other lives, was that I was a professional singer. I loved it. The experience was wonderful, but, like your pivot that you did earlier.
Pivot?
Sometimes you just, pivot. You just pivot in life, and that was just a different chapter of the story of my life. So it was amazing, but I'm glad it happened, but it's not like I want to go back to it right now.
But when you and I had our first lunch together, well, you did allude to that you might be interested in picking up songwriting again, which is a natural, which would, I feel like, probably swing the pendulum back the other way and bring a lot of your worlds together with music and writing and touring for this book tour, which we're going to talk about today as well. But before we do that, because I got a chance to go to your wonderful holiday gathering with magical people in your magical house on Sunday. So, Jennifer, I've heard you call your house a magic house before, and it's in your bio. It's on your Instagram. It's in fact the reason I initially even was connected to you, and it was the reason I reached out to you, because I saw that, and now I've had the pleasure of coming to your house myself, and I think that there's even more going on behind your meaning of magic house now that I've been to your house. So I want to ask you, what do you specifically mean? I mean, I feel like there was magic just in the people that were there, and my guess is something that happens energetically when you step in Jennifer Moorman's home or you're around Jennifer in general. But what do you specifically mean when you say your house is magic?
I think it's the way it feels, like you're talking about energetically, but just when you come into any space that, you know, if you're traveling and you go into even a restaurant or a store, everything just feels a certain way. And I feel like for me, my home is a very safe, cozy, inviting, colorful, creative space. And that's what I would hope people, when they come inside, like I had a guy who came and worked on my plumbing one time, and he walked in the door and he was like, whoa, this is a happy house. And it was so funny and so random, but I thought, oh, I love that. I love that if people come in, it feels like you want to sit around and stay for a while, as opposed to coming in a place that you're like, oh, this isn't for me. So that's what I mean. It just feels good.
I stayed longer than I needed to, Jim, and I was late to pick my daughter up. So yes, I get it. It happens, Jimmy Mack.
I wanted to ask you too, because book tours, book tours can mean a whole lot of different things to a whole lot of different people in regards to what they hope to accomplish, what they are actually walking themselves into. Don't know if you guys have been following the college football playoffs, but there was a guy who almost had to have his book tour canceled because of some of the anger and concern over what happened with picking teams. Each book tour has its own certain kind of energy. I can't think of a book tour, though, that really is as much about meeting people as it is about sharing the book as the one you're on right now. Can you talk about what it's been like so far to kind of get ready for this, to kind of prepare for it, and what you're hoping to kind of get out of it, and what your expectations are as you begin to go to places, around the country and in the region as well, and kind of talk to people? Because you're looking for magical moments, not just in regards to what people get from the book, but in regards to what you encounter as well.
These are wonderful questions. So what goes into a book tour, as a national book tour like I'm doing, is that there's a lot of behind the scenes things that happen months before, which you can imagine the preparation that goes into it. So I always think of it as like the wizard behind the curtain in the Wizard of Oz, like Emerald City, is that there's all these things that are going on, and you might just be seeing what is the show. But we plan, strategize logistics and traveling and driving from this place to this place. We're going to libraries, independent bookstores, large bookstores. We have luncheons, we have book clubs. I mean, just all kinds of things. So you meet a variety of people, which is wonderful. And you said it right, when it's like a magical experience that we're having. So the book is so fun. It's about a library that's enchanted. So book lovers, we know this feeling. You go into a bookshop or your favorite kind of store, or you go into a library and you just feel like, oh, I could just stay here for a really long time. I'm surrounded by things I love. And it's just about, to me, meeting the people when I'm out there, talking about something that we all love. It's like books bridge us together, and we can share this moment where we basically show up as strangers, and I feel like we leave as friends because we have this instant connection, the commonality of loving books, loving stories, even if it's not mine's about an enchanted library, but even if it's just a story, that brings us together the same way I feel like music does. It just connects us instantly. And so that's my favorite part. Like the travel, I mean, we've all traveled a lot. It is weary. You can get tired. You're in a hotel. You're not at home. Like, I'm not in my magic house. You don't have your favorite foods. You're just moving from place. Sometimes I'll have 2 events in a single day, and they will be 5 hours apart. So I'll have something that morning. I'm on the road for 5.5 hours, and I've got to show up and be ready again that evening for entirely new, different people, right? And so there's a lot that goes into it, but for me, it's very, very exciting.
Well, you just said, something that will 100% landed for our audience, the idea of, my husband says this too, he travels quite a bit for work, and people are like, oh, you get to see the world. He's like, well, yeah, but I am working. And same thing when we go out on tour, on a music tour, it's like, sometimes you only see the venue and in that town, or the venue in the hotel, or sometimes just the venue, because then you get back on the bus. And with truck drivers, obviously they're blowing through. They see a lot of town, but they see a lot of it out their rearview mirror or their window there. So and as far as sort of balancing that, for me, same thing, because you're on the road, you're working. It's get to the stop, do the event, get to the next stop. For you, what makes a stop feel worth it to an author, to you, for what you're doing? Is, crowds and vibes and indie bookstores, unexpected conversations. What for you, if you leave, you're like, that was worth it in that town?
Oh gosh, it's the people. It's the people that I get to meet. And sometimes it's like you said, you don't really get to see the town, but sometimes we get there early enough where we can go to a local diner or a local restaurant, or even a shop. Like somebody says, please stop by this shop when you're in town. You're going to love it. I love that connection because every town is unique. They've got their own favorite things and their own special places to go. And so I do get people who will make suggestions. So if I have time to go to those things, because, we still have to eat, right? You're on the road. We don't just eat in the car all the time. And so that's fun, like exploring. But what always makes it worth it is it's not the amount of people that show up, because sometimes there's hundreds of people and sometimes there's 8 people. And to me, it doesn't matter how many people there are. It's the people that show up and that we get to have this connection. And I always say, and I truly believe this, exactly who's supposed to be there shows up. And you'll have this moment of conversation where someone will say, I read this book and it's exactly what I needed because I just needed the joy that's in it. And that makes everything I've done for years absolutely worth it. I'm like, oh my gosh, that right there, just that moment where I was able to create something and share it with another human, and they said, this is special to me. And I'm just like, wow, that's incredible. That makes everything worth it. And it happens every single time. Not that same story, but the people, that they're happy. Yeah. You come to this book event, they leave in a good mood. We've laughed about things. It's like they've changed my entire day, and I've changed theirs. And I love that.
I love that too. That, Jim.
There's a crossover point that happens for a lot of people, and it's a good place to kind of get to. Often we can hear praise in every single direction, and one person says something that is just awful or wounding, and it's the only thing we remember. The flip side of that, though, is a place that you seem to have arrived at, which is, we spend so much time watching the world around us kind of fly off its axis, and a lot of things that bring, we have to kind of keep toxicity at bay. It's looking for those moments of grace. The one person who said, I got to tell you, reading this changed my day. Reading this changed my week. Reading this actually lifted my spirits from a darker place. And it feels to some degree that you are listening for those people who are open to what it is you have to speak and offer, rather than hoping to avoid those things that aren't good for you, which of course inevitably runs us smack into the middle of them. Were you always there, or do you feel like there was a tipping point in regards to putting your work out there and listening for those who are ready to receive it?
Gosh, it's hard for me to remember all the way back when I first started. Of course, when I first started, even singing or writing, I was, I had my own insecurities. And that what you're saying is if someone said one thing that didn't feel super sweet or kind, it might have tipped me into feeling sad about it. Those days are long, long gone, because I know the people who are open to my books, my stories, even me as a human, those are my people. And not everyone's going to love me or love what I write or have nice things to say, because people are, they're in different stages of their lives where they feel good or they don't feel good. And so the right people gravitate toward me. And if it's not a good fit, I just know that intuitively it's not a good fit. It's not about me. It's not about my book. It's about that person and the experience that they're having. So it's very easy for me to obviously give them grace to be who they need to be right now, but I don't have to be a part of it. And so it's super simple for me to find the people that we connect right away. And that's probably just a lifetime of cultivating this that I'm doing. Yeah, it's easy now.
It's easy now. Well, we're talking with Jennifer Moorman. You could head over to Jennifer Moorman, MOORMAN.com to find about this, all of her past books, but The Charmed Library, which comes out January 6th. I will be at the launch day event at Parnassus Books if you want to meet Jennifer and you want to hang out with me. I know I'll be there, Jimmy Mac, January 6th for launch day at Parnassus here in Nashville. She's touring all over. So let's pivot. And talk about that. You'll be in Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina, Let's see, where else are you going? You're going all over North Carolina,
Georgia,
South Carolina,
Florida,
Georgia,
Alabama,
Mississippi, Indiana. You're going all over. So I want people over in the chat, somebody over in the chat, give me a stop. So let's say, how much of this, Jennifer, is, because I know you do a lot of the book tour yourself because you want to make it worth it and worth your time and not just be so energetically draining. You've done that before. What are you looking for when you go into town? I know you're looking for charming, fun events. And somebody over in the chat, I want you to tell me somewhere in South Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, North Carolina, Indiana, wherever it is where you'd like to see Jennifer pop up and find a magical store or something, or magical spot that you think. But Jennifer, what if you could walk into I'll back this up. What is a spot that you found when you've been on book tour before that has now become like a staple in your life? Like when you go back, you're like, I have to hit that restaurant. I have to hit that bookstore. What on the road has kind of become something that you've adopted and adapted into your life?
Oh my gosh, I wish I had one thing, because we go to different places all the time, and sometimes we don't get back to that town again. So I had a book tour this year. There's some towns we go back to, but there's a whole lot of new ones. I mean, so we're always kind of shifting. But I'll tell you one of the most interesting things that I saw on book tour this year. I grew up in South Georgia, and we had a Piggly Wiggly. Have y'all heard of Piggly Wiggly, the grocery store?
Oh yeah. I'm a Louisiana.
Sure. It's a magical name.
Okay, so they're not everywhere, right? But I feel like it's very southern. There may be some others, outliers. But on the way to the South Carolina coast, it was pouring down rain. We had nowhere to eat. And I was like, there's a Piggly Wiggly. Let's go in there. Y'all, the Piggly Wiggly had a restaurant in it. Have y'all ever seen that before?
That is really old school. That is old
Isn't
school. There was one in the 70s, I remember, when I was growing up as a kid that actually had one of those. And that is like a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Wow.
Oh, my.
I do like their merchandise. I wear their T-shirts, but no, I've not seen the restaurant before.
I mean, we hadn't either. And it was packed. It was jam-packed full of people. I was like, this is like the coolest thing I think I've ever seen. And it's probably like Jim, like us, is like it's so old school. It's so southern. It's so hometown that it was like, this is wonderful. I just loved it.
I'm going to actually ask a follow-up question, and maybe the Piggly Wiggly will apply too, because this actually talks to the feeling. Is there a taste or a smell or just an instance, a moment, since you've been on the road or other times when you've toured books, that has lingered with you, where it's like, where I can't take this with me, but good God, if I could take this with me, I would keep it with me in my top pocket and just take it out when I need to feel a little bit of home or comfort or a place of, this is the place I need to be.
Oh my gosh. I love the smell of books, which I think is pretty nerdy but pretty common. But the smell of peppermint makes me feel like home. I don't know why, but I love the smell of peppermint. It's very calming for me. So I do take peppermint essential oil with me on the road so I can have it everywhere. But, I feel like it's more of a feeling like when I'm out there and just being able to meet the people, be around things that I love, and then also be able to just kind of reground myself after the event, get rest, and just know that I'm doing what I love. Like, I am so grateful that I am out here doing this thing that I had dreamed about.
Okay, there's a couple places coming. First of all, several things that are popping up in the chat. And then over on, a couple people messaged me on Facebook, so I want to share them with you. First of all, Trucker Bosun said, our Hy-Vee stores all have a marketplace grill in them. That's Hyvee.
Hy-Vee.
Hy-Vee?
Yeah.
I don't know of those. Okay, so people that have messaged me, and somebody just messaged me at Nashville, Indiana. Nashville, Indiana, I actually went to as well. And it is a magical, magical little town, by the way. I know you're going through Indiana. There's a place called the Hobnob Corner. It's like this old school diner. And there's also a place called Brown in Nashville. There's Brown County State Park, which is like, Jennifer, it's like forest magic, especially in the winter.
Oh
so I encourage that. Somebody said Parnassus Books. I'm like, well, that's where her opening is, so that's perfect. And little places like these are just cute. In Charleston, Blue Bicycle Books, indie bookstore with soul. He said it feels like stories seep out of the walls, someone just said. So there's all these places that we can find. Peru, Indiana, there's a beautiful old library there, Marshall Platter says. The places abound, Jennifer. I'm going to send you all these places because nothing like truck drivers to tell you where to stop on the side of the road, right, Jimmy?
I'm actually kind of excited about the fact that you go to the Pat Conroy Center. And I've actually been over there before, and there's a couple of really great restaurants around there too, Lindsay. My father is such a massive fan of Pat Conroy, and I think it's a perfect place for you to kind of go. But that whole area has got a whole bunch of great places to drop in, and a lot of our truck drivers earlier on, when they didn't know where you were going, made Wyoming recommendations. So when you do the Western tour of the book, maybe you can stop into some of those places as well.
Oh, I would love to. I love Wyoming. It's beautiful.
Hey, Jennifer, so your podcast, One Happy Thing, which is such a sweet, it's quick, by the way. I do like that. You can search it wherever you stream your podcast, any podcast platform, just search One Happy Thing. I'm curious because you have made such a community of writers, which, obviously speaks to mine and also Jimmy's heart. And I got to see that at your Christmas, at your holiday gathering on Sunday, with just all writers and or fans of writers and or readers, all coming together. I'm curious, by doing that podcast, which you do with two other best-selling authors, what has surprised you most about how your writing has, or if it has talking to other writers changed how you, Jennifer, write as well?
I would say, yes and no. What I love about writers, and we're all we have a lot in common, but we all approach writing and the craft very differently. So I think it's been fun to hear about how you brainstorm or how you write or what you need around you in order to write. There are people who have routines and methods, and I need to write in these socks. I need to have my blanket. And there's other people like me that I'll just write anywhere. And, it's also opened up my heart and just my mind to collaborating. And it's not that I was ever against collaboration, but it wasn't something I thought of right away because writing is so solitary. But, as in songwriting, that it is a collaborative often, not all the time, but sometimes. And so I hadn't until recently started collaborating on writing projects, and I love it. I love how we can bring all of our creative brains together and create something so fun and unique and just engaging. So I think it did open me up to that, because the podcast was one of the first big collaborations that I've done. But I love learning about everybody's process and how they do it, and just still sticking with mine, but also starting to gather up new ideas.
I love how it, real quick, just Jim, on collaboration, because Jim and I talk a lot about collaboration around here, Jennifer, and I love the idea, for me specifically, when it's songwriting, if I come in with an idea and then somebody, whoever I'm writing with that day, says something, it could be one word they say, and it shifts, it takes the song in a whole new direction. And that, not that I would ever abandon writing alone, but it's just two different sort of muscles almost. And I just love that you come and you're like, I know what this is. And then someone says something, you're like, oh, that's the magic right there. To me, it's like, oh my gosh, it just became something. I thought it was already great, and now it's even greater. So I just think collaboration, when we're anybody listening who is interested in that, it's a reminder to share your ideas. And the right people will find it and take it to where it's supposed to go. Jim, you and I dive into that idea a lot.
Well, and the idea that it's like, it goes back to the same idea as luck, that if we leave our peripherals open to possibility, we tend to find ourselves getting a lot luckier. If we leave ourselves open to what other people have to say, it doesn't mean that we become these kind of empty canvases by which people could just make their stuff happen on top of us. But what it really means is, it means we're open to the possibility that other people have something to contribute to the work that we create, and we to them as well. There are things that I've always found that I know I'm actually cooking with somebody, Lindsay, when I have something that I don't know what to do with and really think I'm never going to do anything with this, but I think it's kind of lovely. And then somebody I know takes it from me and makes it into something else. We often are so kind of interested in collaboration from what it can do for us that we often forget that the best way to kind of set ourselves up as great collaborators is to ask ourselves, do I see the person I'm working with? Do I see what they're trying to do? And do my ideas begin to kind of fit into what they want to accomplish? There's no taking a back seat. That's just, in that particular moment, you're giving somebody something that they can use, which is a great gift and makes them more open to collaborating with you and seeing you as well. So, yeah,
Jimmy, I love that.
Yeah. But by the way, my father texted me. I looked it up. The Old Bull Tavern is the place we went to eat when we went to the Conroy Center. So if that lands for you, check it out. I do remember it. It's a really nice place. I think you'll get a kick out of it while you're over there, if you have any time in your copious amount of time you will not have while you're on the road doing your thing, Jennifer. So enjoy.
Okay, let's talk about to wrap up. We're almost out of time with you, but let's stay on the magical tip. What is the most magical place you've ever visited? Do you know? I know there's a lot, but
that's okay. I've got two top favorites.
Okay.
So one winter many years ago, my mom and dad took. I've got two older brothers and a younger sister. They took all of us to Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and it was freezing cold. It was like the coldest it had ever been, and we were skiing. We were on top of this mountain, and it started snowing, and I had this moment where I was just staring at it because the sun was also out, and I thought, I'm in a snow globe. It was so beautiful. It was absolutely magical. And then my second most magical place is Hawaii. I think I was Hawaiian in some other life because it just has what they call the aloha spirit, the aloha magic, and it feels so like inside of my heart. And I was like, oh, this is my place. I don't know what it is. It had that feeling to me. You know, you go to a place and you feel like, oh, this is me. Those are my two favorites. And I don't even like the winter, but Jackson Hole, Wyoming is beautiful.
Well, I love that you have a yin and a yang there. You've got Wyoming and Hawaii. I feel that because it's where you find solace in different areas. And I'm also curious if you, I don't know, this just popped in my head in writing because I love when we can sneak things in and like make people feel something without realizing it. So what's a subject that you would love to hide magic in, perhaps in another book, somewhere you haven't hid magic yet?
Oh my gosh, do you mean like a topic I would write about?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Where could you sneak it in and no one would know, and then they'd walk away and read that story and be like, I feel changed and I didn't even see it coming. I do that a lot with truck drivers. I didn't even see it coming.
Oh gosh. You know, I think you can sneak magic in anywhere because for me, I know we talked about this, magic is love and kindness and gratitude, and you can put that in very subtly in anything, and people will walk away with it. They don't even know it's magic. They'll walk away and think, wow, something happened to me. And it's good.
Magic is everywhere, Jim.
I'm so charmed. I'm like looking up a dozen different things, and I realized that I looked over at the time. That's why I said, wow, I could not believe we were already out of time.
Are you so charmed, like the Charmed Library kind of way that comes out January 6th, and we can't wait?
Nicely done, by the way, Lindsay. Nicely done. She'll be here with me for the remainder of the week. That's Lindsay Lawler. Jennifer Moorman must take her leave of us, though, but it doesn't end here. You can go to jennifermoorman.com. You can find her on Instagram at Jennifer Moorman, and it's a wonderful, both places are wonderful places just to kind of go out and check and live in that beautiful little world that she has created. The Charmed Library releases January the 6th. Jennifer, thank you so much for making time for us this morning.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks, friend. I love you. I love you. Merry Christmas. Go make some magic. Everybody listening, go make some magic today. Look for it. It's around you everywhere. If you're driving down the road, looking out the window, Jim, there's something magical. That tree. Tree huggers unite. Just kidding. We'll be back with country and western music news because, Jim, on this show, we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
We'll be right back.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack. Hit those turbos, Madison with a T.
We are broadcasting live from Millet, Nashville. This is Road Gang Radio, and I'm here with your hosts, Ms. Lindsay Lawler and Mr. Jimmy Mack.
Hey, girl, hey.
Guys. Hey, girl.
It's really interesting, by the way, to me. So many things that Dave Nemo has put on the map have been, since the departure from the previous platform, have been scattered into a million pieces and ended up on all kinds of other places. There really isn't anything quite like the American Truck Historical Society in the country. Dave is actually one of the initial members of its Hall of Fame, its Wall of Fame, much less in the world. Is it a truck club? Is it a museum? Or maybe a research library? Brad Patterson, membership director of the ATHS, says it's all those things. But more importantly, it's a place that honors the men and women who have dedicated their lives to the trucking industry, preserving their place in history as the backbone of the supply chain and the country. Our friends Scott and Ashley are going to be doing another edition of Trucking with OIDA immediately after country and Western music news.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me? Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and Western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
That's what I'm talking about. That's who I am talking about. That's who we're talking about. That's who you're talking about.
No. I can't do a horse very good. Horse is a horse, of course. I got horse energy. Okay. Welcome back to your country and Western music news, because, Jim, on the show we celebrate both kinds.
Oh, both kinds.
On the show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
On this show, we celebrate Taylor Swift as it pertains to truck drivers, Jim. And by the way, whether you like Taylor Swift's music or not, she has done amazing things for truck drivers, for crew, for the tour industry. She changed the game with her Eras Tour, Jim. So her new docuseries, by the way, which only 2 episodes are out yet, but I find it to be great. The new docuseries, it shows the moment, Jim, that she handed out millions of dollars in bonuses to her Eras Tour crew, the entire crew, and there's a lot of them. So Taylor Swift's new Disney 6-part series, it's called Taylor Swift, The End of an Era, and it debuted with its first 2 episodes on Friday, with further installments coming out. They'll arrive in pairs, Jim, December 19th and December 26th. 2 more will come out each of those days. So the show basically, Jim, goes through, it shows her record-making 149-date tour. It launched in March of 2023, and it concluded with the show in Vancouver just last December. Jim, that tour grossed over $2 billion through ticket sales alone. So in the second episode of this docuseries, Taylor Swift shares that moment where she surprised the whole tour team members with bonuses, and she reveals that she's prepared gifts for everyone on the tour at the end of each leg of the tour. So she had given, they said before that she had given around $197 million in bonuses to workers on the tour. And she said, and I quote, "Bonus day is so important because setting a precedent with the Eras Tour is so important to me. People who work on the road, if the tour grosses more, then they get more of a bonus." She said it's just easy as that. She didn't disclose how much each team member specifically got, Jim, but they do have clips in the show where there's a production assistant, which, they lower on the totem pole, but probably works harder than a lot of the people there, because a production assistant, a PA, Jim, is like, what do you do? Yes, I get coffee, or sometimes I'm actually driving Tom Cruise around. It's literally can be
either of those things. You never know. You can go for, I have friends who have, one of my girlfriend's daughters was hired to be a PA on a movie out in New York, and she ended up having to go every morning to Steve Martin's apartment and get him. And it was her first job in production. So you could do one of a million things, but you work very hard. So this guy, this production assistant, this PA named Max Holmes, he was shocked when he opens the envelope and he says, oh my God, I think I'm going to pass out. I think I'm going to pass out. So we don't know how much is in that, but you know it's life-changing for him. I'll talk a little bit more about this, but Jim, we've talked on the show before. I actually did a whole show one day with that guy, with Dean Croak, just about the logistics of Taylor Swift's tour as it pertains to trucking. If any drivers are out there or know people who have worked on this tour or want to say anything or get in on the chat. But Jim, this is logistically, it's one of the biggest things logistically that the music industry has ever pulled off, and it happened because of the trucking industry.
It's interesting, too, when you get something that is so beautiful, so artistic, so kind of well-conceived, and so kind of designed to make teenage girls all across America and the people that love them extraordinarily happy, it requires some of the toughest human beings in the world to make it happen. That's something you talk about all the time, the sauce. I've been thinking about this since you sent me the notes and since I kind of looked at some of that content over there. And it just dawned on me as well, too. We talk about touring a lot. You bring that up a lot in this and you talk about the idea of how the sausage gets made. It is so fascinating to me that if you look behind the scenes, you will see tough human beings. I mean, like, forget about like all the sensitive people, the hairdressers, the people who carry on, the fangirls, all the, the little girls and the pinks and everything else that kind of go into all this stuff. At the end of the day, man, these things are put together, assembled, and driven across the country over and over and over again by some of the toughest people in the United States. And I think we forget that a lot of the time, that it requires some real SOBs to make this kind of stuff work. The kind of people behind the scenes to make a Taylor Swift multi-billion-dollar industry work. It just the toughness of the people involved in this. I just keep thinking about this, the kind of stick-to-itness of both those who don't appear to be so tough and those who look tough as all hell.
And they've got to be forward-thinking and not aggressive but assertive, because this tour, Taylor's one of the few that was doing piggybacking. So normally on a tour that's not of this magnitude, you don't have 27 trucks or whatever the amount is, somewhere around there, like Taylor, plus planes, etc. So she would be able to, if she's performing in, I don't know, say Dallas, she's got a whole separate crew that's already going ahead to say Austin and piggyback and setting that next one up. So they're jumping like that, and she's able to pull that off because of this, specifically the trucking crew she has. So they said that she had given out, by the way, over $55 million in bonuses, and that was back in August of 2023, to crew members working. And so, Jim, this guy named Mike, hard to pronounce his name, Scheckenbach, I'm going to call him Schirkenbach, Mike Schirkenbach, there it is. He runs the concert transportation company called Show Motion. He was one of the production crew members who received a $100,000 bonus each. Was given to these truck drivers. And he said, she's giving a sum of money that is life-changing to these people. He said a lot of these truck drivers are not homeowners. A lot of truck drivers don't, because they're gone so much. They're like, that's not something that they sort of focus on. And she said a lot of these truck drivers, by giving this lump sum, has given so many of them the ability to put down a payment on a home. And that generosity is really a game changer for these people. So it's incredible. I know we have a lot of drivers. Showtime obviously comes to mind. Other people, I think Paperclip, doesn't he pull? Yeah, he tours as well.
He does, among other things, Bryan Adams.
Right.
He's on a first name basis with him, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I mean, so many of these people have pulled for tours, and it's a game changer. And I think the minute somebody, I've been saying this for a while, the minute that somebody in the industry, some performer stands up and says, I'm here because of the trucking industry, it changed the game. Well, Taylor certainly did it. Taylor, the biggest one out there, did it and put truck drivers really on the map from a tour perspective, I think. On the map, public facing.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a growing thing between Metallica, U2, and now Taylor Swift. That triumvirate has done more to kind of, and look, and let me make this really clear. There's a lot of great rock stars out there who think the world of the men and women that drive for them and have done wonderful things. These guys did not invent the wheel, but there have been more stories. The story on Metallica that was done very recently, their efforts to help out truck drivers, Swift's kind of focus on it as well too, and and a number of other artists. U2 comes to mind, who actually financed one of the first, helped a couple of truck drivers finance their company. So this is a thing that the people who actually make a long living in this appreciate the men and women who drive for them, and Taylor Swift appreciates them.
Yeah, she
Straight
does.
up.
You know, I saw one thing that I also thought was interesting on this. I read over at NME.com, the new music site. They gave the docu-series actually a 3-star review, only because they said, and I think this is a cool point, they said there is a great documentary to be made about the Eras Tour, but it's probably an unofficial one, exploring the unique sense of community it fostered among the singer's fan base. And they said, and I this kind of stopped me in my tracks, Jim. It said, it's like Woodstock without the drugs. One commentator noted, he said, you know, it's like this Swifties uniting, and even like it's good, clean, wholesome fun. Her dancers, her backup singers, her crew, everybody, like it was this thing it was one love in this massive of 149 worldwide dates. And it was one love. You see in this documentary, I'm sorry, but you do feel something special. You see people crying, you see people's life changing, and so much hugging going on. Taylor Swift genuinely has created a massive community, and I'm a Swiftie as it pertains to how the sausage gets made and the intention behind it, because I know several people who work with her too, and the intention behind it does seem very true.
And by the way, I want to make this really clear too. For those people who don't understand everything about what goes on in show business, she's done the impossible. Because there are people like Francis Coppola who have rolled the dice of creating family and community and esprit de corps and all that stuff. And sometimes, like Apocalypse Now, it pays off in ways that nobody could imagine. And sometimes, like Megapolis, it just implodes and wrecks everything in its sight. She's done the impossible here. She's created something that was both a joyful happening and a major money-making monster of a machine, which means they invested a ton of money and they got a gigantic payback on that money, while at the same time creating something extraordinary in regards to community. Claire talked about this as well really quickly. I don't know if it's sustainable as a business model. I think it's sustainable as a tour. I think that there's got to be a point at which it ends, is the only way this kind of stuff works, because if you're not careful, it becomes a machine, and then the machine begins to drain people of their souls, and then people start cutting corners, et cetera, et cetera. But I think as a sort of one-off event, it's an extraordinary accomplishment from a business and community perspective. Unbelievable.
Watch the docuseries, Jim. I think you'll like it. Also, watch Lilith Fair. Okay, sidebar. Speaking of amazingness, we unfortunately lost a great singer, songwriter, musician. Raul Malo passed away recently. He's with the Mavericks. And he was very open to fans, by the way, throughout his battle with cancer, which is what he ended up passing from. He always made sure that people knew how much they were. He was very vocal, Jim, online, talking about how much the fans were actually keeping him going, and perhaps maybe the only thing keeping him going. So it makes sense that he would, Jim, want his funeral service to be open to the public. As the singer's family is preparing to celebrate his life and legacy, and his wife, named Betty Malo, she shared online how fans can come out and join them, Jim. So Raul Malo's funeral, it's a mass service. It'll take place this Thursday, December 18th. It'll be at 2 p.m. Central at the Cathedral of Incarnation, which is in Nashville, Tennessee. So if anybody is a Mavericks fan and a Raul fan and will be passing through Nashville or would like to, you can go to his funeral, Jim. His wife's post encourages all the funeral goers to arrive at the church an hour early, probably more than that to find parking, by the way. Maybe you want to Uber to this. Family and friends, they will receive priority seating for the service, and there is a private reception that will be happening afterward. But fans that want to, Jim, this is so beautiful. Fans that want to send flowers in honor of him, they can send them to the Cathedral of Incarnation. And the public invitation also says that it would really want to encourage fans to send donations in lieu of flowers to Music Cares, MUSI Cares, or the Nashville Audio Engineering School, the Blackbird Academy, which is where so many people have gotten their start and made so many big records around here. And Music Cares, by the way, they help the people behind the music, Jim. So all the songwriters, musicians, anybody here in Nashville that is like, kind of basically like our union or association. They just help musicians that are usually obviously creative brains and don't know how maybe to put one foot forward outside of the creativity. This organization, Music Cares, really, really helps that. And they have services like wellness initiatives and et cetera. It goes on. So you can make donations at Music Cares in Raul's name. But what a cool thing to have people come together. Jim, he passed away on December 8th. He was only 60, and he had his battle with cancer for about, I guess, about a year and a half. He was dealing with that. But this is a way that, this is something so interesting, Jim. I think I know where I was. I remember where I was when I found out Michael Jackson died, when I found out Whitney Houston died, when I found out Jimmy Buffett died, when I found out Tom Petty died. I remember where I was these times when these people who have shifted our culture were passed. And I would have loved to be able to go be a part of somebody's funeral like that. I don't like crowds and people, so I probably wouldn't have gone. But I love the opportunity to do so. That just shows that the family is saying, we know that he made it this long because of those people that support him.
Two things. First of all, what a great place to say goodbye at the Cathedral of the Incarnation. First of all, that place is gorgeous. If we're talking about the same place, right? It's the Episcopalian church. I
don't know. It's in Nashville. It is beautiful. I don't know what denomination it is.
Yeah, it's Episcopalian. The other thing, I will tell you, I got a chance to go to the first black mayor of New Orleans, Dutch Morrell, when he passed away. They had a genuine jazz funeral when they buried him. And
that's cool.
And giving people those kind of moments of public demonstrance is so important, I think, to a large degree. When somebody has brought so much joy or spoke for so many people or had an importance in so many people's lives, to give people that opportunity. And I hope people remember that it's the family extending a gift to all of those who cared about him. That's a big thing. That's a big thing. When people allow people into their lives to celebrate someone's life, yes, they want to feel the love that others felt for them, but they're also, in a time of terrible grief, they are opening up their hearts and their space to sanction the use of public grief on the behalf of the person they love, and that's an extraordinary thing and a great gift. I think you're spot on right there.
Well, and the donating, I want to say too, the donating to Music Cares. I personally know several people whose lives have probably been saved because of Music Cares, because they do a lot with health services and human services, but they really focus on these days mental health and addiction recovery services, which is obviously so prevalent in the creative community, in any community. But finding help amongst when you're just around. It's one thing to be a musician or creative and just show up maybe at AA, but when you go to Music Cares and you know that it's run by other musicians who have also struggled with this kind of thing, you're stepping into a like-minded safe space. I've seen it make a big difference in a lot of people's lives. So that if you're looking for a way to donate, if you're a fan of the Mavericks and Raul and you want to find a way to keep his name going, donating to musiccares.com would not be a bad way to do that.
And a quick correction, I thought so. The Cathedral of the Incarnation, located at 2015 West End Avenue in Nashville, Tennessee, is the cathedral seat of the Roman Catholic Diocese of Nashville. I thought that. I said, given his name, I would not be surprised if, in fact, Catholicism was somewhere lurking around in there, given the ethnic energies of that particular name. Let me ask you something, too. When you think of him, what is the first thing that comes to mind?
Well, my husband Seamus got to work with the Mavericks. One guy in particular on that show. What's that show where they Antique Roadshow?
Right.
They were part of that. So, and I just know that anybody I know that's been around them, whether it be the Mavericks in general or Raul, have just they're this music that they were wildly successful, but not necessarily household name,
right.
Which I think is such an amazing place to be when you have a really great career but not everybody knows, you can still go to the grocery store. He lived to me in this really great balance of that world. The Mavericks wildly respected for the people who know, and also their fans. So I love that kind of thing. He played up until his death, really. The Mavericks played 2 shows the beginning of December, the December 5th and 6th to be exact, at the Ryman. And Raul he intended to be at those shows with his family, but another medical emergency sent him back to the hospital. But they moved on. They did the shows. But the fact that knew he was probably at the end of his life and was still going to be at those shows, that just shows you that he was doing. I'm always so inspired by people who are like, this is who I am. This is what I do. I will do it until the wheels fall off. And he was one of those people that did it so naturally. So he was a great man and really loved here in Nashville. Speaking of great men and ridiculousness, not that Raul was that, I want to talk about Secret Santa gifts real quick, Jim, because so Garth Brooks had a Christmas gathering recently, and I guess they put a $20 limit on their Secret Santa, White Elephant, Dirty Santa, whatever you want to call it, gift. And his gift, he put out this thing. It was Beats, like a box of Beats headphones. I guess he had a pair of Beats headphones, which by the way are obviously way more than $20. So it just said Beats on it, and he put it out, and everyone thought, oh well, we put a $20 limit, but it's Garth Brooks, so I guess he can do more. And everyone was so excited, like wanted to get that gift, of course. The person who ended up getting to open it up, and it was actually 2 cans of Beats in the Beats headphones. I like the creativity though. Garth Brooks letting everybody down, thinking, oh, he spent a lot. Actually, he's probably spent less than the 20. So we are hosting our neighborhood Christmas party, Jim, this Friday, and it's kind of happened last minute. We were supposed to host it years ago, and then my whole family in our house, we all got COVID and had to cancel it. And we haven't been able to do it since because my husband's been traveling. Well, he's not traveling this December. So we are hosting it sort of last minute, throwing together. We do a white elephant, Jim. The first time I went to my neighborhood white elephant, Dirty Santa Christmas gift exchange, I didn't know anybody in the neighborhood. Seamus was out of town, and I went alone. And my gift was I did a bottle of champagne and a Santa teddy, like negligee is what I brought, and wrapped it up. And I'm like, welcome to the neighborhood. And I'll never forget, my neighbor Eileen is the one who got mine. And she just looked a bit mortified when she opened it. And her husband looked at me and he was like, welcome to the neighborhood. Thank you for your service. I've got to figure out what my white elephant's gift is going to be. I got to get creative. So I like that Garth Brooks, it wasn't just like find something funny. He had a twist to his. How good you are at white elephant gifts? And anybody over in the chat, if you have ideas for me, let me know what your favorite white elephant gift you've ever gotten was or that you gave.
Until this year, I've been really good at it because what I do is about the middle of October, I order a whole bunch of really strange Christmas-themed gifts. Ugly sweaters, strange kind of knickknacks and novelties. One year I gave a slingshot, which everybody wanted, one of those like really nice slingshots, the one that has like the wristband on it, and and literally has different sorts of bullets and all kinds of stuff.
Bullets?
I mean, different sorts of projectiles. Has a box of projectiles and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Box of Projectiles is a good band name.
Yeah, by the way, it really is. So I've always kind of put together these sort of not wish lists, but these sort of, these sort of, cart lists of strange stuff. And then I just hit the button and a whole bunch of weird stuff will show up and you should just kind of grab it and give it to people. And in case those kind of parties came up, I'd have Hans Gruber falling off the Nakatomi Plaza sweater. There you go.
Sure, as one does. I got one time a fanny pack, but it looks like a man's bare, fat, hairy belly. So you put it on, it looks like kind of forms to your body and looks like you have a fat, hairy belly. I felt like that was pretty good. I'm trying to think of things I've gotten. Oh, our other neighbor, Lee Pepper, who's been on our show. He had one year a painted portrait of him naked, but he's covered with in the appropriate places. He's got vines covered. He brought that to the party one year and was like, this is for above your mantle.
That's exactly what you should have. By the way, Garth's present was perfect. If you go there looking for, because I went to a Halloween party that had not a Secret Santa, but the white elephant sort of, they called it the Black Raven. They gave it some kind of different name. But there was one of the gifts in there that was just extraordinary, and it really caused some really bad feelings as people were trying to kind of maneuver to get rid of their present to get to that present. I mean, you could tell that the first person that got it wanted to run out the room with it. It was an old alchemist set from the 1920s, and it was gorgeous. The kind of thing that you would put in your house, and it was really Halloween themed, but it was gorgeous, and it was there was nothing about it that made you want to give it up. And so people were literally trying to basically get angry at each other. You got to go bad, man. A couple of
that's the thing. You either get something that's so out there. It's one of the two. It's either the funny, random, so out there gift, or it's something that's actually people are like, oh, I actually really want that. That's the thinking it was Beat headphones, of course, but something people would really want. I saw one time a bouquet, a Lego bouquet, but it was a flower kit, so that was sort of a craft, I guess, or something you could do. But it's you got to also know your audience or not care about what people think about you, which was me when I went to the first party and was like, here's negligee, this is who I am, even though I never wear that kind of stuff ever. but I was out there and outlandish. So I got to figure out what I'm going to do. We're also doing, Seamus is going to make one pasta that has sausage in it, and I'm going to make one pasta that's vegetarian. Everyone's going to bring something to share. It's going to be mass chaos, and I can't wait. Ho, ho, ho. Ho, 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 ho. Do you have any Christmas parties this year?
David Villaruby is actually going to have one on Monday night over here at the Dega House.
Oh, nice.
I don't. It's going to be the quietest Christmas I have had in decades. Without a doubt, the quietest, most low-key Christmas I've had in a long time. That could change.
And that's okay.
And that could change. It's okay. It's okay. I'd like to have a couple more things to look forward to, but I am looking forward to Claire getting in town on Friday. That's exciting stuff. So
I'm looking forward to Claire getting in town as well.
I'm stoked.
Even though I won't see her, but you will, and your family will.
I'm stoked about that as well. That makes me really, really happy. I don't have a lot of parties. We're going to do our Sunday thing as we always do. We're going to have a Sunday dinner over at. We're going to go to Mass as a family together, and then
Sunday or Christmas Eve, you mean?
Sunday. We always do it Sunday. The Sunday before
Okay.
Christmas, because our
Which will
family's
be
so big.
22nd this year? Something
Yeah,
like
it's
that?
going to be right
Okay.
around there. 19th. Right around there. Yeah, that sounds about right.
All right. Well, ho, 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 ho. If anybody comes up with another gift for me, please let me know for my white elephant. Finally, on this day in country and Western music history, in 1978, the year I was born, this is why I want to bring this up. You probably have not heard of this person. It's always why I want to talk about them. Country music singer-songwriter. Her name was Jenny Lou Carson. Now, she passed away today. She was only 63. Jen, we hear back then, people just died younger. They put everything into their music, and they probably drink too much. And then, unfortunately, they passed away earlier. But Jenny Lou Carson, she died at 63. Here's why she's so fascinating, Jim. She was the first woman to write a #1 country music hit. The first woman ever to go on the charts with the #1 country music hit. And that hit was called, it's great, You Two-Timed Me One Time Too Often. Brilliant. And from 1945 to 1955, she was one of the most actually prolific songwriters in country music from that 10-year gap or window. She became an expert sharpshooter, by the way, too, and she learned to spin a rope and manipulate that bullwhip. Come on, girl. She toured the state of Texas, putting her cowgirl show and singing with her partner, Texas Tommy. Jenny Lou Carson. Go look up that song, guys. Listen to that today. You Two-Timed Me One Time Too Often. That's your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio, because on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
On this show we celebrate Trucking with Owada, which coming up next. Don't go anywhere, Jim. Well, you can, but you'll be listening.
They'll also be talking to the folks over at the American Truck Historical Society. So you guys stick around. Tune in and be a part of Trucking with Owada. Coming up immediately now after Madison plays some music and a couple of the people that take care of us by taking care of themselves. We'll be back tomorrow and the day after that as well. I guarantee those things. Road Gang Radio, go to RadioNemo.com, subscribe on the tube review, and hit that notification button for all the groovy stuff that we send your way. We'll be back tomorrow with more of the same fun nonsense. Hope you guys can join us, and thank you for the chat.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter, now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
The Allen Lund Company wishes the owner-operators driving across this great country happy holidays.
Welcome to Trucking with OOIDA. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I'm Scott Thompson.
Scott, how's it going?
It is going phenomenally. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you.
We have said that to each other in the studio probably about 20 times.
In the studio, but not in person.
Not in person.
Not in
no.
real life.
We barely talk to each other in person.
This is true.
This is behind the scenes. We are on no speaking terms outside the studio.
It is true. But you know who
that
we
is
are?
not true.
You know who we are speaking to?
Oh, who?
Brad Patterson.
Yeah.
American
Truck Historical Society. He's the membership director there. Yeah. Recently made a trip there.
Yeah.
We'll talk about this, but we have talked about the ATHS.
Yeah. I didn't realize it was like in our backyard.
It is literally in our backyard, and we thought, why not go? So guess what?
We went.
We did.
And we loved it.
We did love it, and you're going to hear from Brad Patterson here in just a second. So over the years, Ashley, we have had numerous conversations with the folks at the American Truck Historical Society. We realized recently we had actually never been at the American Truck Historical Society
Despite
site.
it being in our backyard.
Quite literally, here in Kansas City. So we decided we would do that. Brad Patterson is the membership president.
Membership director.
Membership director of ATHS, and you have welcomed us here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming. We enjoy people walking in off the street, or people make appointments to come in here. They've heard about it, they've read our magazine or whatever, but it's always interesting when people see this for the first time. I mean, they may have seen a brochure that shows some of the things we have, but when people come, they go, wow, this is really impressive. I know I did the same thing when I first walked in the first day on the job.
Yeah, I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. We've just briefly kind of walked through, and it just seems like there's room after room after room.
We're still debating the future. Are we just a club for trucking enthusiasts, people that restore trucks and they love trucks? Okay, that's pretty important. We got 20,000 members. That's important. Are we a library? We have 500,000 pieces of data in the back. Everything from owner's manuals. We have 3-ring binders, for example, probably 13 of them sit with a 6-inch on Kenworth alone. All the trucking companies. You want to know something about a trucking company that your father drove for back in the 1950s, it's no longer around. We have the history of those. So maybe we're a library, but mostly we're in charge of preserving the history of trucking. And that includes every aspect of it, every decade, and of the 100 and some years now that the trucks have been around. I think that's the most important thing. And that's the kind of thing that I enjoy coming to work for every day.
And we were talking earlier too about just that, preserving the history of trucking. And we've talked with Tom Mullen, who's also been the president here, I believe, former president, multiple times. That's what this is all about. And it was kind of surprising to me in a way that nothing like this existed before what you're doing here, and nothing like this exists anywhere right now.
There are, right? Like the Mack Museum is in Macungie, Pennsylvania, and they have the entire history of Mack trucks. There's the Pacific Northwest Truck Museum. They have a lot of trucks themselves in the truck museum, a little bit something about them. There are Iowa 80 up in Walcott, Iowa, has a neat truck museum, which is lined with antique trucks. But for somebody to have the entire history, and there really isn't like anything like this in the entire world, of keeping the official record, if you will, of trucking, that in this era, this happened. In this era, this is when the innovations came. This is why the innovations were important. Here are some of the trucking pioneers. And if you've been around truckers at all, you know that truckers love to tell stories, and they've all got stories, and some of them are recorded in these books that make great reading, and they will make great reading, I think, 50 or 100 years from now. And that's why we exist, just to be the preserver of the history of trucking.
I have a lot of questions about the museum, but I'm curious your background. Where, what does your resume look like? Where did you come from, and how did you end up here?
Yeah, it was, 100% linear. No, I'm being completely facetious. It went like this.
Yeah.
I came out of journalism. I was a sports editor of a newspaper, beginning right out of college, and then 7 years in journalism, and then got into the sports association work for 13 years, was a sales rep, and then spent 10 years in Kansas City with the American Public Works Association. And then this job came up, and it sounded fun. And I'm certainly closer to the end of my career than the beginning. I thought, this is, I like this. This is something that I want to be involved with. And so the ironic thing is, I tell people that it's easy to miss the building on I-29 right outside. So if any of the listeners in Kansas City know, I-29 goes to the airport. And I drove by this building, maybe 100 times, but at least 50 times, and looked over and said, wow, that looks interesting. I wonder what they do in that building. I should stop sometime. And I never did. And so it's easy to miss it, right? And so when we get people to come in and look around and to be a part of this and have questions, I go, that's a pretty good way to come to work every day. So that's how I got to this point.
It's interesting. You didn't have a trucking background before this.
No.
But you saw the job opening. What exactly kind of stood out to you, or you thought, oh, that sounds interesting, I'm going to look into that?
Membership development aspect.
Gotcha.
That this looked like a lot of potential, which it still does, and that there's room to grow. And so I thought, this gives you that career goal that we're going to try to get to this point, or this point we're going to expand. And so, there's not a specific target number that we're looking for, but we have 20,000 members, and so it's a good size organization. And then the other aspect of it is the fact that it didn't take long to really appreciate what our members do. And about 75% of our members have had or still have something to do with the trucking industry. Their drivers, their family, their legacies, their grandfather and father drove, or they got a job as a truck driver and stayed with it, or they work for a logistics company or whatever. And about 25% of our members are just enthusiasts. They love this stuff. They love the old iron, as they would call it, and they spend their weekends in their shop restoring and working on their truck, and then they take it to a truck show. And you guys have been to truck shows. It's hard to be in a bad mood when you go to a truck show, right?
Yeah.
You walk in and you see a whole bunch of people, these great and glorious trucks. And so again, part of the job is we have a massive truck show at our convention, right? That's our show, but you're working as a staff member. But I go to other truck shows and it's like, everybody's smiling. Mm-hmm. There's every generation here. It's like, this is a fun and a part of the trucking industry, if you will, the restoration aspect of it. It's a fun part of it, really is.
You mentioned that truck drivers love to tell stories. And with you having a journalism background, do you see a lot of connections with that as far as enjoying, people coming in and getting to hear those stories?
100%. And I have thought, Darren Burt is our editor of Wheels of Time magazine. Wheels of Time magazine goes back to 1980. Wheels of Time magazine is by far our #1 member benefit. People join strictly to get the magazine, and Darren does a terrific job in mixing and matching all this. My journalism background tells me, I think that's a good story. And I don't know anything about the subject, but he wrote about it in the January-February issue, which is already, at the printer. I'm going to read that story, and it turns out to be a great story. I learned something about the industry. I learned something about that person. I learned something about the family or the company that came before us, right? My journalism background tells me there's a million great stories here. And I've talked to people on the phone, and it's like, no, the issue is not, I want to hurry up and get this phone call over because I got a million things to do and I don't have time to listen to this story, is tell me more. Tell me more. I'll stay here all afternoon. This is a terrific story. And so I think, again, that's one of the things that attracted me. But yeah, from a journalism standpoint, there are a million good stories in ATHS, but also just in trucking overall.
Well, and every object you have in here and every truck that is part of the story is its own story as well. And everything you have in here is a piece of history. I mean, that's the idea behind it.
That's the idea behind it. And I'll show you a couple of things when we take a little walk around. I have a phrase that there's an old-fashioned logbook that is part of a display. You could write a book about that book. Just open a page. Where was he on that date and in the United States? What was going on that date? You could write a book about that book. And maybe I will one of these days. But it's like those are the things that, again, no day, we got a small staff. So all of us, there's only 3 of us that answer the phone. We have a bookkeeper who's just busy all day long. John is the executive director who is doing the fundraising sponsorship aspect of things. Darren works remotely, putting out the magazine, and Marina is our marketing person who also works remotely. Courtney at the front desk there is the director of operations. She is also the IT person and also the director of the convention and truck show.
Wearing a lot of hats.
Wow.
We're all wearing a lot of hats, and so none of us, and we everybody jumps in and helps everybody else. But it's no day is alike, and I'm an old guy, so I still have an old-fashioned legal pad. Google that, young people. Right? Google legal pad, this quaint 20th century thing that you wrote on.
Yellow. Yeah.
Yellow or white.
It could be white. That's right. Yeah, that's true.
I actually still have my legal pad, and there's a few things I need to get done today. And so maybe you get 2 or 3 done, but at the end of the day, you go, man, we answered a lot of calls. We took a lot of memberships or new members or renewed members. We helped a lot of people today. So you go out of it, we lock the door, and it's like, yeah, this is a good day's work. So I think that's one of the things I really love about ATHS.
The calls you're getting, are they from people wanting information about, you mentioned the documents from a particular thing or an era, or are they offering their stories to figure out how it might fit into what you're doing here, or is it they're wanting to, is it pretty much all the above?
Most of it is member service related. The vast majority, again, the average age of the ATHS member is skewing older like it is in all these types of organizations. And they've been renewing as opposed to renewing online, they've been just calling and giving us a credit card over the phone for years and years and years. And so we will always do that. So a lot of our membership calls, a lot of our member service calls, hey, I got locked out of my account, can you reset the password? And then just answering questions about the convention, for example. Is there a headquarters hotel yet? Is this going to happen? It's just the first time I've ever been to a convention. Do I need to, if I'm bringing a truck, what do I do? Yes, it's online, but we can also explain to you. So those phones, and there are days where the phones are a little bit quiet, and then there are days like this week, which is the beginning of the month is when the membership renewals really start hitting. And some days it's like, okay, I go home and I gotta get my neck unstiff first.
Yeah.
So, but again, no days alike, and the stuff that I have on my legal pad, I get some of them done, and I got to add 3 more. But it's fun, and also again the idea, not trying to pat ourselves on the back, but the idea that we helped a lot of people this week, we helped a lot of our members. It's kind of a good thing to do at the end of the week, to go home and think, I had a good week this week. So
For sure.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
When winter strikes, stay running and stay ready with Howes. Diesel Treat prevents gelling, but if your fuel freezes because it's untreated, Diesel Lifeline works fast to reliquefy and de-ice. House, prevention and rescue for your diesel.
Can you talk to me a little bit about the history of ATHS? You have so much in here. I assume you didn't get that within the run of a couple years. I'm assuming it's been a while collecting everything?
It was incorporated in 1971. And before that, there were people that kind of like this stuff. It's kind of like people got together the first time with antique cars, or antique fire apparatus, or antique military vehicles, right? Well, hey, I've got this. Come over to my shop. And there was 2, and they became 4, and they became 6, and we should get together. Maybe there's some other people out there. Well, there were some other people out there, and then maybe we should send out like an invitation to maybe get together as many as we could, like mimeograph, one of those things, and send it out.
You want to explain that for the kids too?
I don't even know.
I was going to say, you might have to explain it to me, because I'm not sure I know what that is.
So, and then they said, we got, there's more people out there than I thought, and so we ought to form an organization, which was formed in Birmingham, Alabama. And one person, and then they said, since you're kind of running this, you'll be the first president. And then it was his wife who became the keeper of the books and the secretary and stuff like that. And the organization grew to the point where it overflowed their house, the kitchen table, the basement, and the garage. And they had to get a small office. And then they started asking if anybody has anything that they think would be applicable for this organization to keep, right? And they overflowed quickly. A lot of people had stuff trucking that they didn't know what to do with.
Stuck in a garage somewhere.
They would be interested in this, right? And they found out that people were. So they had their first national convention, and then things just snowballed from there. And then they were looking around to find a permanent office. And so working your way up into the 1980s and 90s. A home of your own, ATHS members raised enough money to buy this building in Kansas City. Really the only caveat was they wanted to be in the central time zone, which makes all sorts of sense for an organization like ours. And they moved here in 2002. So it's it was big enough, which you can see it's big enough to handle quite a bit more stuff. And we just have some long-range plans on how to organize it. And to what your earlier question, right when we started, are we a truck club? Are we a museum? Are we a research library? Are we a Hall of Fame? And those are the things that we can continue to do all of them, but I don't think you really can do one if you don't do the other. If you're not keeping the history, you can't really have a Hall of Fame. If you're not keeping the idea that people are really enthusiastic about refurbishing and refinishing and restoring these trucks and brilliance, and they're so the pride of having finished this truck. You can't do that without providing the magazine and instructions and stuff on and examples of how people have restored similar trucks. So I think maybe we will continue to try to be all things to all people.
The items that come in that are donated, I assume you get them from all over the place and from all sorts of different people, but is it sometimes people find it in a garage, it was sitting in a corner forever and they didn't realize what it was, and you've got other people who know what it is and want to make sure that they continue to add to the history? I mean, where are the items coming from typically?
We didn't talk about this, so this wasn't a planted question, but this is where it's the emotional aspect takes over. There are people that hear about us, and we all know how this works. Grandpa or Dad passed away, and we have all of his stuff. Again, maybe it's collecting military stuff, but in this case, Grandpa or Dad have all these boxes of stuff from his days of being a truck driver. We don't know what to do. Would you be interested in it? And we're honored to have them entrust us with their father or their grandfather's legacy, right? You'll see it when we go to the back, that there's stuff we haven't got to yet. We just don't have enough people to look into it, but we're never going to turn people down. Send us what you've got, and then we will find a place for it. We're in the middle of we're at the beginning of digitizing everything, so that someday we might not have to keep more than one hard copy of everything that is back there, 500,000 pieces of data in the library. That would allow us to have more displays and things like that. We might have one more person on staff that will be able to expand the history of the truck so people can have a walk through all the way through. But when you look at the boxes, you'll see in the back, and they have a name on them. This is from this person's collection. And you look at it and you go, you know what? That's not just a box of stuff in this museum in Kansas City. That's somebody's life. That's a life well led, right? And they wanted us to have it, and you go, yeah, that's kind of a nice feeling and a nice way to go to work. So, yeah, we hope the future. I think the future is bright for ATHS, and I think it will be.
What is the process when you go through a box of items? How do you decide what comes out on the floor, where it goes? What's the process in that?
We're in that place right now where we're just trying to get through the boxes and finding out what's in there. And so usually people call, and Courtney has a degree in library science, and so she's the curator, so to speak. The process is to open the box, and there's usually a letter or letters in there about what all the stuff is. Then the next step is to just catalog it. And we have, as you might imagine, many full sets, or mostly full sets of Wheels of Time magazine. Somebody's been collecting for 20, 30, 40 years. Okay, we've got a lot of those, but we're still going to keep them, sure. Right? I mean, they send it to us. And then it's whenever we have room and time to actually adequately display it. We don't want to put somebody's stuff just throw it out there. It's going to be, it's nice if it's part of the Kenworth display or the part of the Peterbilt display. And we do have some designs on what to do with some unused space over here, which would free everything up, and then we'd be able to get some, and again, not just let's grab a table out of the storeroom and put up some stuff here with no thought to it, have it organized. That's the plans.
You must get stuff all the time, though, where that must, number one, be exciting when you open that box up every time, because you have no idea what you're going to see in there.
Without a doubt.
And then also, I imagine there are sometimes you open that box and you look at what's inside and you think, what am I looking at? What is that? That's got to happen all the time, or pretty often, I would imagine.
The biggest thing, too, is that if you go online at aths.org, you will see that we have online now, and many more to come, 60,000 photographs. And you can sort by era, you can sort by manufacturer, you can sort by trucking companies, you can sort by individuals, and walk these pictures up. So just as an example, you would understand that your grandfather was a driver for 40 years, and he's given us you're giving us to the ATHS, you're giving that stuff to ATHS. So you open these manila folders, and there are dozens of pictures. That's cool, that's cool, that's cool. No ID, no caption. So we have taken to digitizing, putting them online, and saying any of our members, you have to be a member to do this, any of our members can go in there and identify it. And then that just leads to more, obviously, traffic to the website, but it also gets people involved in being a volunteer, and they don't have to live in Kansas City to come over and volunteer. And that's what's cool is that you get somebody saying, oh, that's a 1938 white truck, and it was modeled blah, 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 and they only made 190 of those. And I mean, somebody knows something about that nobody else knows, and now that's a caption on there, and that's part of the trucking history. So yeah, when we get I just keep going back to the same thing. It's almost with, I don't want to say reverence, that's overstating it, but it's just anticipation when you open the box that something cool is going to be in here. And sometimes it, that's a subjective term, but sometimes it's not all that cool. I mean, it's just stuff. Yeah. But it's somebody's stuff that they wanted us to have, and so it's still treated, from a respect standpoint, and then we will find a place for that one of these days.
Do you have a favorite item? I know that might be picking a favorite child.
Yeah.
But yeah.
The two favorite displays are the first two when you walk in. Probably my favorite one to talk about is this, the forerunner of the Thermo King company, which revolutionized trucking, helped get America completely out of the Great Depression in the 1930s by refrigerating trucks, being able to get produce from here to there, not just across town, but across country. So that's probably my favorite one to talk about. All the displays that we have, the miniatures and everything that are behind glass, again, Courtney takes them with white gloves and puts them in, and she designs that. And so I don't really have a favorite one of those, but more importantly, when people come in, I'm the one that gives the tours. When people come in, they've got a favorite one because their dad drove for Consolidated Freightways, as an example, right? Look at all that. We had somebody in here, Yellow Freight. Everybody who's lived in Kansas City for any length of time was somebody that worked at Yellow, right? So in the back, you'll see the yellow sign that stood outside the depot in Independence for 28 years, I believe. And when they got merged, the new owners were just going to throw away the sign, and we rescued it. I say we, I wasn't working.
We'll take that, yeah.
Put it in the back.
Yeah.
But we were walking through here with a guy, and the wife had made she had made the arrangements. And she had other things to do when they came down to Kansas City. I think they were from Iowa or Nebraska. Excuse me, but they were going to come to Kansas City. We were going to do the NASCAR Speedway. They were going to do speed, and we were going to go to this truck. And he said, "Oh my gosh!" The husband was excited because he had been a truck driver earlier, and then got on to other things in his life. But oh man, I love trucks. They're walking around, and she goes, "Oh my goodness!" And she's not into trucks, right? And that's not her deal. That's his. And she's just walking around being a supportive, spouse. And she says, "Oh my goodness! I had that pin when I was in high school. I had one of these toys here as a little girl." Her mother worked in the accounting department at Yellow for 17 years. And so 9 out of 10 people walk by that display, doesn't mean anything to it. That meant something to her, It brought back a lot of memories. Right? That's another big thing about Wheels of Time always has this, people comment online and everything, that it just sparks memories, it just sparks memories. It's something that even if you're not that into it, somebody that was, or again, you had a father or grandfather that, and again, we say that, driving a truck, being a truck driver is not just dad's job or grandpa's job. It's the whole family's job, right? And the whole family is involved. And when they read a story about some company or some individual, that's again kind of tears on the heartstrings. That's what we're a part of. So. Yeah.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Louis, you mentioned reaching out to lawmakers. Colin, you want to talk about fighting for truckers real quick for everybody out there to do exactly what Louis called for, to reach out and talk to people?
Yeah, fightingfortruckers.com is a great resource for folks who want to get involved. We've made it very easy for you to talk with your lawmakers on issues like the non-domiciled CDL program. You can also check out our comments, which go back to the point I was making earlier. If you're confused about where OOIDA stands, we submitted very extensive comments on this interim final rule, which is the only game in town when it comes to non-domiciled CDL. So take a look at those. But really, Fighting for Truckers is a great resource for folks who want to get involved in grassroots advocacy, folks who want to become their own lobbyists and let Congress and the administration know where they stand on all the issues and how they can go about helping you operate your business as successfully and as safely as possible.
Yeah, fightingfortruckers.com, and we'll put the OOIDA comments in our show notes for anybody if they just want to click on that and they can check them out there. Louis, Colin, what did we forget? Anything?
You can go to Fighting for Truckers
No, we
and
did that,
send
Louis.
a comment just as fast or quicker to change something. Then you can go on social media and bitch about something that's never going to change anything. Don't forget that.
Colin, we forget anything?
I mean, I think if you're looking to learn more about these issues, I think it's important that you read the information from the firsthand source. I mean, read the Trump interim final rule, read the Rouser bill, read OOIDA's comments. You'll get a better understanding of what's actually happening and the necessary path forward to crack down on non-domiciled CDLs than you will surfing social media. I mean, that should go without saying, not to admonish folks too much, but if you're trusting what certain folks are saying on social media, then of course you're going to be misled. I mean, I hate to be so blunt about it, but there are people doing really good work in the Trump administration, really good work on Capitol Hill, and they're not hiding from the fact that they are interested in severely restricting, cracking down on the non-domiciled CDL program to the extent that it starts improving highway safety and it starts improving professionalism within our industry. So take them at face value because we work these issues day in and day out here in Washington, D.C., and we have great trust in the Trump administration on the interim final rule and Chairman Rouser on his legislation because we know they have the same goal of us, which is limiting non-domiciled CDLs and making sure that only properly vetted and qualified and trained drivers are the ones being licensed and getting behind the wheel of a commercial motor vehicle.
All right. Now, non-domiciled CDL is obviously a topic that's been taking up a lot of your time, Louis, and I know a lot of yours, Colin, but that's not the only thing you guys are working on, right?
No.
No, none of them are a piece. It's a piece of a much larger puzzle, and I think it all goes back to a lot of the cheap labor policies, which are frankly unsafe policies that have been built on this myth of a driver shortage. I mean, Louis kind of touched on this earlier. Like, who are the beneficiaries of non-domiciled CDL program? It's certainly not those drivers who are being compensated poorly and treated poorly. It's the carriers who employ them who can drive their costs down to increase their profits, and oftentimes it's at great cost to safety. I mean, Non-dom, like I said, is one piece of a much larger puzzle. We're working on English language proficiency. We're fighting against things like size and weight increases that are unsafe, and drivers do not want to operate heavier, bigger trucks. We're fighting against younger drivers being given the green light to drive from Florida to Washington when they've never experienced that type of driving, whether it be in bad terrain or bad weather or whatnot. Truck parking, restroom access, the list goes on and on and on. And all of our goals, I think, kill multiple birds with one stone. They improve highway safety, but they also improve professionalism within the industry. They make life easier and better for professional drivers. And we see the non-domiciled CDL issue as an acute problem, and we're obviously taking very aggressive steps to limit it. But that doesn't mean we're not continuing to promote all the issues that have been priorities for us over the years that make life easier and more successful and safer for the drivers out there.
Yeah, I mean, you can find all that at fightingfortruckers.com. There's all kinds of stuff on it working on. And I mean, and a couple other things is driver pay. I mean, and overtime. As for those things for drivers, more flexibility in hours of service. So there's plenty of things out there we have to fight constantly. Broker transparency, that continues to drag on. So there's plenty of these things. If you go to Fighting for Truckers, you'll see most of them. And again, I will say it one more time. If you have a question about what we're doing or what we're working on or why we're working on something, please pick up the phone and call in. We're more than happy to explain and talk to you.
There it is. Colin Long, Louis Pugh, we appreciate your time, and thanks for your work on this issue as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us, and thank you to all the men and women out there driving a truck and listening to this. We appreciate everything you do every day. Thank you.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
When winter strikes, stay running and stay ready with Howes. Diesel Treat prevents gelling, but if your fuel freezes because it's untreated, Diesel Lifeline works fast to reliquefy and de-ice. Howes, prevention and rescue for your diesel.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibratech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibratechtvd.com.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
So it's a holiday season, and Ashley, I continue to be amazed by the ways in which truckers find to celebrate despite, as we know, some challenging circumstances.
Yes.
I also love a good convoy. I love a good light show, which is why we have reached out to Noah Melton. He is one of the organizers and founders of the Red Arrow Convoy in southwestern Michigan. And Noah joins us on the phone now. Noah, how's it going?
It's a little cold out, a little snowy, but to be expected.
Which part of Michigan are you in? You're out on the road right now, I believe, right?
Yeah, right now I'm over in Chicago, over by Bolingbrook, Illinois.
That is a cold area this time of year for sure.
Yeah, that's not too bad right now, but the temperature's dropping. when I left this morning for Wisconsin, it was in the low 40s, and then now it's down at 33. So, and it's supposed to be down in the single digits by tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
so,
that'll be fun.
Yay.
Yeah, we're supposed to get a blast here as well, for sure. Hey, Noah, tell us about yourself, if you wouldn't mind. We're going to talk about the convoy here in just a moment, but tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're from, what you do, what you haul, all that good stuff.
Yeah, I'm from Southwest Michigan, born and raised. I got into trucking when I was 16. I worked at a place that made exotic jerkies, and the owner of the meat shop had a trucker friend that he grew up with that would always come in and get jerky to give out to his customers. And he had a W900 Kenworth, and every time he would come in there, I was just glued to the window looking at it. And he told me, he's like, "You like trucks?" And I said, "Yeah, my dad drove trucks, and I've always wanted to be a truck driver, but I'm still in high school, and I work at a jerky shop, so it's not really the thing going right now."
But
and
you
he's
got
like,
there.
"Well, yeah. He's like, "Why don't you come to the farm and, you can check the truck out?" I'm like, "All right." So I went to the farm later after I got off work, and he was in the passenger seat, and I was like, "Well, this is interesting." And I'd never driven a semi-truck before other than that day, and he put me in the driver's seat and had me drive around the block. And, when he put me in the driver's seat, I went to double clutch, and he smacked me in the back of the head and said, "We don't do that. You float your gears." Okay.
Lesson learned?
And,
yeah.
Yeah. And so his name was Colin Cowan, and he ended up being my best friend, my best man in my wedding. My wife actually, when we were in high school, we ended up taking that Kenworth to prom senior year.
Love it.
And, he passed away last March from cancer. And so it's been a hectic last couple of years. And so he owned Big P Express. And that's who I work for and have been with for 5 years now. And I've been driving truck ever since I was 18, but being a small business, their insurance wouldn't cover me due to my age. So I got on with a local company and just ran within the state of Michigan until I was 21. And then I came over here, and I've been over here ever since.
I love talking to people like yourself who clearly from a young age, you had it in your blood, it sounds like, and it was something that was always kind of speaking to you in the back of your mind that you wanted to do this, and now you're doing it. And I would assume just by hearing you talk that you love what you do.
I've never worked a day in my life.
Love it.
It's basically a hobby I get paid to do. I mean, there's certainly those moments when you're stuck in traffic that you have choice words, but I guess that comes with everything.
Yeah, we're familiar with that. We got to back up.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's something we got to touch on here.
Ashley's been champing at the bit here.
Exotic jerky.
Yeah.
Please tell us more.
Yeah, please.
We both just looked at each other like wait,
whoa,
what?
Huh?
So the name of the jerky shop is Zicks, Zicks, Specialty Meat. And they're out of Berrien Springs, Michigan, and they make ostrich jerky, camel jerky, kangaroo jerky, buffalo jerky, alligator jerky, duck jerky. If it's meat, they'll make it.
Have you had all of those? I assume you taste tested all of them?
Oh, of course. Yeah, most definitely.
So let me ask you this, because anytime you hear someone eating like an exotic animal, they always say it tastes like chicken.
Like chicken.
Yeah, it tastes like chicken. What is I don't know, what was one of the weirder ones? Ostrich, kangaroo. What do they taste like?
I guess it's kind of hard to explain. Duck had a little bit different flavor than kangaroo, but I used to always joke with my wife's younger sister. She played basketball, and so I would always bring her kangaroo jerky to her basketball games, and that might put a little extra hop in your step,
Yeah. Love it. Yeah.
That is interesting.
I've had duck before. Never had kangaroo, I don't think.
I didn't know people ate kangaroo.
Well,
apparently they do.
Yeah.
And they make jerky out of it. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, there you go.
Well, there you go. End of the interview.
Well, good talking with you, Noah. No, just kidding.
More you know.
We, as we said earlier, we reaching out to you to talk to you about this convoy that you organized, and I think you just had the third version of it, third annual convoy. Tell us about it, and maybe we can go back to the beginning here, because like most things, this started out as an idea, and I think you were in on the ground floor of this thing. But kind of talk about the origins of, again, it's called the Red Arrow Convoy, right? Talk about how it all started.
So there was a gentleman named Ernest Brown, and he's local to us, and he wanted to get a couple guys together to just kind of do a little convoy, and he tried for a couple years, and it just never really took off. And then he invited me to it one year, and that was 3 years ago. He invited me to it, and he's like, invite your friends. So I invited friends, and friends invited friends, and we ended up having 45 trucks the first year. And it was a Monday when he invited me, and the convoy was that Saturday, so it blew up fast.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so, when you have 45 trucks and you're going down a parade route that's about 45 miles long, it's a lot to get put together. And the first year we didn't have any law enforcement, we didn't have any permits, we didn't have nothing. We were just running it. And so I gave the little drivers meeting, and I told people, I said, hey, we don't have like people shutting down the intersections, but if we stay tight, they can't catch us all, right? And so we ran the whole way, and we posted it on Facebook, and it kind of got spread around. And, this was right at the tail end of COVID, and the amount of people that lined the streets that first year was just unbelievable. I was in tears the whole ride because, there were signs, "We love you, trucker," "Thank you, truckers." Like, it was just very emotional in an industry that a lot of times we feel is very thankless.
Yeah, we're very familiar with that for sure.
And I know people were very, outspoken and grateful for truck drivers during that time. Do you feel like that's continued over the years during this?
During the parade, it's grown. The first year we had the 45 trucks, and there might have been 2,000 people spread out over the route, in different little towns, because we go through, I think, 5 or 6 different little towns. And, there were people there. And then the second year we had 70-something trucks, and it was about double the amount of spectators. And, there were people that would put little campfires out by the road, and they'd be roasting marshmallows as we're coming through, and their kids are out there. And it's funny because, the whole route, we're going slow, anywhere from 15 to 20 miles an hour. And, we're just blasting the air horn the whole way. And, these people are coming out of their houses like, what in the heck is all this racket? And they come out and see it, and then, there's elderly ladies that are out there doing jumping jacks in excitement. Just unbelievable.
That's great.
And, this year we had 89 trucks in total, which, put end to end, we were over a mile long length of convoy. And it was just an absolute blast. And the amount of spectators now has just tripled because all the little local businesses that are on Red Arrow Highway, they're taking advantage of it, and they have watch parties. And so it brings in business for them, all the local businesses. And, there were thousands and thousands and thousands of people out there lining the streets this year. There were several people that had their camper out there in a little parking lot, and they, because they come out there and get the best spot and wait around for a couple hours till we come through.
That's great. Mm-hmm. What we should make it clear too. This isn't just a typical convoy. There is a Christmas and a holiday theme behind it, right? And all these trucks that you're talking about here are decorated, right, in some form or fashion.
The vast majority of them do some sort of a decoration. We don't require it just because some of these guys are. One gentleman that attended the parade this year, he was on his way up from Chattanooga coming there, and so he didn't really have time to do much decorating, but we don't require it, but a lot of people go all out, and we had a couple sponsors this year that donated things to the convoy for us to give out, and so we gave away a brand new leaf blower to one of the drivers that we had walked around and chose that he had the best decorations this year.
Nice. What stood out about it?
he had Merry Christmas down the side of his hopper bottom, and instead of having like a stenciled out Merry Christmas, he took the rope of lights and took the time to spell it out and tape the lights to the trailer. And then he had stuffed animals in the hopper bottom hanging out the top, and on the back, you know, they typically have a little ladder so you can see how full it is. On the ladder, he had a giant inflatable Santa Claus climbing the ladder.
Oh, nice. That took some time. Put that all
Yeah,
together.
I mean, there was another gentleman that he started 2 weeks ago decorating his truck, and I mean, there's a lot of time these guys put into it, and we're very thankful for it because, you know, I mean, time is money, as everybody knows, and so for these people to, you know, take the time out to do it, because like I tell them all during the driver's meeting, like, you know, my wife, she does all the permits because we have to get permits now for each township, each county, each intersection that we have closed down, any of the state roads that we cross and close, we have to get state permits to shut those down. And my wife is an angel, and she takes care of all the permits and stuff like that. And so we go through a lot of work to put it on, but it would be nothing without the truck drivers that come out and donate their time and, I mean, burning fuel and wear and tear on their truck to do the parade.
Yeah.
How did you decorate your truck? Were you one of the ones that went all out?
I didn't go too crazy this year. I put a wreath on the front, a lighted wreath, and then I went on Amazon and found the longest, like, singular roll of lights I could find because I didn't want a bunch of junctions. And then I pull a Conestoga flatbed, and so my wife and I spent like 5 hours with a forklift and an apple basket, and I would raise her up, and she'd slide the roll over the top, and then we'd wrap it. And so I wrapped it around the whole trailer, the whole length of the trailer. And it was nice because the lights were cheap enough that come Sunday afternoon, I just took a knife and cut the lights off because they were cheap enough. I'll just buy another set next year versus taking the hours and hours to unravel it all.
Nice. Yeah.
It sounds like you have a good wife.
She's an angel. I'm beyond blessed. I mean, we took on 3 foster kids last year, and she was working nights, and me being a truck driver, I get home every night, but it's not always for a long time, and it's always different hours. And so on top of taking on the foster kids, on top of she runs a photography business, she was also getting her master's degree and raising the 3 kids.
Wow.
And putting the convoy on top of this. I just, beyond blessed. It makes me a little emotional because she's a rock star.
She's on Santa's good list
Yeah.
this year. It sounds like every year as well. You know, you talking about that, you were interviewed by News Channel 3 in Kalamazoo for this convoy, and you told the reporter, and I'm paraphrasing here, but you know, that as a trucker, you miss a lot of family time and you miss a lot of the holidays, and that it's nice to have everybody together for something like this to celebrate. I imagine just hearing you talk there that would probably be the biggest takeaway for you with this event, because it sounds like just a great event where everybody's getting together and probably everybody's in a great mood. And I imagine you take a lot away from that.
Yeah, I mean, we do pizza, cookies, hot chocolate, coffee, and so we're able to spend a little time together and hang out. And the convoy's at nighttime. We leave at 6 p.m. right as it's starting to get pretty dark out. And so, like I tell all the drivers, your truck don't have to be clean. This is not some big shine show like, you know, some of these shows you go to, you feel like if there's a bug somewhere on your grill, you're disqualified. And so there's none of that here. You just come out and enjoy the time together, and it's right before Christmas, and, you know, it really brings in the Christmas spirit.
Yeah, for sure. You know, something that was also mentioned, I think, as you look to the future of this convoy too, it sounds like maybe you're thinking about kind of folding in a charity aspect as well.
We've talked about it, and we're still trying to get it all figured out. We're trying to stay away from getting into kind of like a nonprofit or any of things like that, because I don't want to add any more stress to my wife's life and my life. And,
smart man.
Yes.
But we're, you know, the international dealership, West Michigan International, that allows us use of their parking lot, And they opened up their body shop this year and set out tables, and they raffled off a set of hubcaps to the drivers. And so we're thinking about maybe next year, if they do some kind of a Toys for Tots drive, tying that in with the parade. That's one of the ideas we have. There's a lot of things we could do with it, definitely.
I'm curious what advice you have. I mean, you've been doing this a few years now. What advice do you have for truckers who are out during the holidays, especially on Christmas?
Try to make the best of it. One of the things that I've always tried to do my whole life, my grandpa instilled it in me and other people in my life instilled it into me, is if you fake a smile long enough, eventually it'll just become natural. And so even if you're having a bad day, just try and smile about it. You never know who that shipping and receiving office, you never know what they just walked into. And I know when I was out on the road the day that the gentleman that taught me to drive, when he passed away, I got the phone call that morning, and pulling into that shipping and receiving office to make my delivery, they were super nice, and just there was no trouble there. And had they had an attitude or just something like that, it really could have set me off just because of the day I had. But because we didn't have to deal with that and they were just angels, it was very nice.
That's great. Great advice.
Yes.
Sounds like a great event you got going up there, and early stages now, 89 trucks, I think you said, this year. Sounds like it's going to keep growing, and I would imagine the more the merrier for the upcoming events in the coming years.
I want to break 100 in the worst way possible.
You're going to get there.
I just seem like that's a number.
Yeah. Well, again, looking at the video and all the pictures from the event, it looks like a great time, and, hats off to you. As I said earlier, I love hearing about these kinds of things that happen and are organized by folks like yourself who, again, you're part of a community and you're trying to embrace that and celebrate that and get everybody together and on the same page. And over the holidays, as you said, that's what it's all about, is coming together and putting a smile on your face. So kudos to you for doing that for a lot of people out there and putting those smiles on their faces. So doing a great job, and we really appreciate your time, Noah.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for all you guys do.
Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.